think, I never know. I'm stuck and left alone. I've been lost, I've been fine. My cause is not defined. Won't you kiss me? Won't you play? Won't you try me? Ain't no way I could deny you, I could stray. Won't you kiss me? Ain't no way. Want you, come and try me now, so come and try me now. I never left alone. I never think, I never know. I'm stuck and left alone. I've been lost, I've been fine. My cause is not defined. Won't you kiss me? Won't you play? Won't you try me? Ain't no way I could deny you, I could stray. Will you kiss me? Ain't no way. I never left alone.
What's going on? What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the 1/3 show. How you doing? This is your host, JustaskChar, once again on the 1/3 show. How are you guys doing? How's everybody? I hope I'm coming in loud and clear. Hit a 1 in the chat. I'd like to say good evening and good morning and good afternoon and so forth. It's 11:30 in the afternoon. 11:30 in the morning for me. So it should be the evening for you on the East Coast. So today we got some guests. I have a brother in the background, and we wait for the other brothers to show up. And it's some guests from being Gen Zs. Hold on one second. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Gotta make sure we focused to a certain degree. So, everything. So, I'd like to give a shout out to JustaskChar, the Quincy Jones, holding it down for us. RVSOP in the building, saying what's going on. We have our sister Vonda there. We have our lovely Poetic Kels there. How you doing, sis? Hope you ain't working too hard. And we have our esteemed Callie Jane in the building. So without further ado, the title of the show today is An Open Letter from Generation Z to the Millennials, Generation X, and the Baby Boomers. So without further ado, I'm adding to the stream one of our guests.
Hey.
One of our guests, yeah. How you doing there, brother? How you doing? Please introduce yourself.
I'm Ronnie. Ronnie Martin.
Okay.
Ronnie Creates on Instagram. I'm a young artist. I'm 18.
Mm-hmm.
I live in Atlanta, Georgia, and yeah, I'm just just here to have a discussion and stuff. So glad you brought me on.
Okay, yeah. So I met you and the other two brothers. I hope they join shortly. I met you and the other brothers on Anamisia Chimen's channel. She's got a lot of buzz after her conversation with the Satan the Sinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, the conversation that they had, it was a long stream, but he chopped it up into certain hot topics and points and stuff like that. So I decided that, you know what I'm saying, I was watching her for a little bit, and it was a brother up there that should be here today also, and they had a nice conversation. And it was going back and forth, and I was listening from the clouds, and I could hear what the brother was saying, but I didn't think it was coming across the right way. But
Which one? Which
brother was talking about is
was it serious?
yeah, I think it was well, Serious Game came on, but I think
the one before him.
yeah, I think was it
TJ.
TJ? Yeah, TJ was up first because they were having this nice conversation. Well, they were having a conversation, and the brother was basically saying is that, you know, I'm 20 something years of age, and you're trying to throw the community as a large is failing on me, and I just got here, and I was listening to that, and when he kept mentioning things, and I said he's right, it's not on him. You know, he's not at a point where he has. I'm like, even if he was to make a decision from the community, he doesn't have the life experience yet to even make those unilateral decisions. It's actually our generation, you know, the millennials, the, you know, the 80s babies and the X's and the boomers that are the cause of these things. So I said, you know what? Let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation, but let you guys have front and center in the conversation. Now, before we get into this conversation, since we're here, I would like you to introduce yourself, and also, you know, promote what you do yourself. Also, you know, before we get into the meat and potatoes and the schematics of, you know, stuff.
Sorry, you went out?
You know what I'm saying?
You went out. I didn't.
No, I said I would like to get into the meat and potatoes. Like before we get into the meat and potatoes of the conversation, I'd like you to introduce yourself so we can promote what you do, because I found that very interesting of what you do. If you don't mind, I'll pull up your Instagram. I have it actually down here on the banner right here. If people want to go and check out the brother here on his Instagram, Ronnie Creates. If y'all would like to check him out, I'm gonna put the link in the chat right here.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Let me bring your Instagram up. Let me bring your Instagram up here. But yeah, go ahead and introduce yourself while I do all this technical stuff.
Well, I go by Ronnie, but, you know, my friends call me Ronald and stuff like that. And I was born and raised in Montgomery, Alabama, but I moved to Georgia when I was a little older. And, you know, I've been drawing ever since I was like, you know, ever since I picked up a pencil. And,
Right.
you know, I grew up on, like, you know, comic book characters like Spider-Man, Batman. I just grew up on those like characters and stuff like that. And I always like wanted to get into that field, but I never really seen anybody that looked like me that was doing what I was doing. Like all the characters that you see like on the big screen and stuff like that, they're made by, like, you know, white men. Black Panther, he's made by a white man. Like even the black characters, the majority made by, like, you know, white men.
Yeah.
So it's like I never really seen anybody that looked like me to, you know, create characters or, you know, to create what I like. And you know, I just want to, you know, possibly be one of the first to you know, get a character who, you know, can relate to an audience, or possibly get that character put in a movie or something, or, you know, like I just want to be able to say that, you know, somebody that looks like me can do it too. And
Mm.
yeah, that's kind of what I what I enjoy doing. And you know, from I do logos on, like, on the side. I do like different things for certain businesses or people. If you want an animated music video, I do like music videos. I animate. I yeah, I do different things on the side for people, but I mainly focus on, like, you know, creating characters or creating stories. I write. And yeah, that's just my backstory and what I enjoy doing. I have
Okay.
some. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So I have some art that was put into a museum, the High Museum of you know, of arts, and I won an award in high school. I won an award from
Hmm.
this contest, the John Lewis. Have you, you know, I'm pretty sure you know who John Lewis is, the
Yeah.
House Representative. He
Yeah.
I won an award for like a art contest. He signed the award, and I have it, and plan on going to college, art college soon. And I don't know which field I want
Hmm.
to lean into. I don't know if I want to lean into more of the animation, or I want to lean more into, you know, possibly the manga or comic book field. But that's just what I'm into and stuff like that. So
Yeah, and I'm like, I'm into, you know what I'm saying? I'm definitely, I'm 80s baby, so, in the, manga and anime, the first I didn't know it was anime. The first anime that I actually watched when I was growing up was like Silverhawks
mm,
and Thundercats. We didn't know that
yeah,
back then. We
Thundercat.
didn't know Thundercats and Voltron and Transformers and all of that
You man,
was that. We didn't know that.
right?
You know what I mean? But I'm like, it's great. I would say, man, like we got a brother over here. I'm in Japan. We have a brother over here. He owns the first
Animation studio.
anime studio,
Mm.
not as a black man, but as a non-Japanese person in
Wow.
Japan.
What?
In
So
Japan.
I thought that they were already like animation. So he's like the first to like own his own animation studio.
Non-Japanese.
Non-Japanese. Wow.
Yeah, they don't play that over here. Like you really got to get the cosign to open something up in their thing, and you're not Japanese. Like animation is their thing. So if you don't have, if you're not if you're not animated, like if you're not Japanese, you got to get the cosign. So he had to work on a lot of projects that you don't even know that he worked on,
Right.
and manga kais are people that do manga or comics or even the animators, they get paid BS work, man. Like they get slaved out
Right.
like ridiculously. So for him to go from trying his chops, then to all of that to owning his own studio, he's got a couple of Netflix things that he's made. He's doing a thing with Idris Elba that's on Netflix. Commissioned a couple of those
Check that
things.
out.
Yeah, yeah. So I would say definitely, man, go in there, get in the. If you're gonna do it, like do whatever you want to do, but I would say get into animation. Animation is the thing. Like video is the thing. Like
Mm.
it's yeah. So like do the anime thing. I'm like you're gonna have to do both because if you can do the anime thing, you can definitely do the manga thing. So
Right.
yeah, and then maybe you go there, you understand how everything works, and then I'm like webtoons is the thing that's popping right now. Like One Punch Man started in webtoons, and the dude, if you look at the beginning of One Punch Man, like I'm just saying, in that the guy can write, but his drawing was trash, but it was still good. Like the
Right.
One Punch Man that you're reading, or if you do read it now, he had to go get him an artist to
Right.
draw for him, right? And then, but he was good at writing. Like Mob Psycho was another thing that he did. Like,
Mm.
so people need animators. Like we need like, you know, animators and things of that nature and stuff like that. And you're right about the black characters, because you know, even Spawn, you know, Todd McFarlane said the only reason he made Spawn because his roommate told him, that was a black guy that told him when he was in college, there ain't no major black superheroes.
Right.
And it ain't, you know what I mean? And he did it to prove him wrong, but that did not come from a creation of a black person per se. You know what I'm saying? It came out of, you get what I'm saying? It's a black person out of the eyes of a white person. So that doesn't give you the genuine crossover understanding, the feel of
exactly.
Yeah. So I get what you're saying.
Yeah, like even with characters like, for an example, like Luke Cage, like the way that they even wrote the characters, like the way that they would talk, like Jive Turkey, like it's just an exaggeration of a black man.
Well, you gotta, and then the other thing is you gotta remember Luke Cage was made during the black exploitation. Yeah. So that was, you know, Stan Lee and them, that's how black people were seen on film. So you're talking about like Dolomite, Shaft, you're talking about all of that. Did black people use that slang back then? Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. You know what I mean? Yeah, they did. Like, but the exaggerations was like, like, you know, like Sweet Mother Christmas, like, because Stan Lee didn't want any cursing in his comics back then.
Right. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So he would basically do certain stuff like that or whatever. But I understand exactly what you're saying. Like it is an exaggeration, man. I'm like, these drawings are really good, man. Like, and you're self-taught, right? You did.
Yeah, I'm self-taught. Like, I mean, technically, if because watching YouTube videos, I mean, I learned it on my own. But you know, without the people that I watched, then or the artists that I looked at and studied, then I mean, am I really self-taught?
Well, I'm gonna say like this, like self-taught means, and people don't understand this, like you didn't, when people mean by self-taught, like my generation is we mean by you didn't actually sit in a school and had a professor sit up there and have you draw like this shape over and over again, and you had to take all this class. Yeah, you basically sat there, someone gave you an example on YouTube, and you put it into practice, but you have your own style already. Like it's like I can look at every last one of these, right? And you drew them, but they're not a copy of, say, what you would actually see on a Marvel. Like I know this, like I know that if you draw the Hawk, well, this is like, look at your Superman drawing right here, right?
Right.
I look at the Superman drawing and I'm looking at it and I'm saying, okay, this does not look like a direct copy of a DC. This is your own style. Like you got the understanding, but you draw it how you see fit. You took liberties with it. Like Spider-Man with Todd McFarlane, right? That's his style, right?
That's his style.
So when he left Marvel, Spawn looks like Spider-Man, but it looks even more exaggerated because he honed his style, but you can see that they kept a lot of shackles on him. Right. So now you see what Spider-Man was really supposed to look like. And they didn't want Spider-Man to look that dark. But then you see what Venom looks like, and then you say, okay, Spawn looks more like a cleaned up version of Venom.
Exactly.
Right. So you got your own style already. So by the time you go to school, man, you're just going to hone it, and then you're just going to, trim away the fat. So I would say in that instance, because you took the auspices on yourself, you're self-taught.
Right. I feel like, I had a head start because I am self-taught, but there's still a lot of things that I would like to learn and stuff like that, and I can always get better. And that's just my style. I feel like I don't have a style, but like I've been told like people can look at my work and like distinguish like that looks like something he did.
Yeah.
And so that is
like this one right here, right? Like I'm gonna pull this one up, right? And this is, like you said, this is a concept character, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like this is a concept character. This is your style, right? This is how it looks, right? And the reason why this jumped out to me I'm gonna just tell you, just off jump, right? The
Mm.
reason it jumped out to me, because my man Waves is on. Look at my man Waves. He's 360'd up on these waves right here,
Right.
right? Look, if you actually want to, other than his skin, you know this is a black dude.
Right.
like dude coming, you know what I'm saying? He's saving the day. He even got the wave cap line in his forehead, right? He had to pull it off, we had to run in, you know. Like it's but you understand, like, you know, as a black person, if I'm going through your Instagram, if I'm going through this, I'm seeing this, I know this is a black character.
Right.
Just off Jump Street. Like my man, he got the waves popping. You know what I mean? It looks like me. It looks like how a black person would look in that sense, right? You know what I'm saying? So that's what I said. Like that is your style. This is your original character, right?
Right.
Yeah. So everybody has a different style of drawing or how they draw things. And that's what I said, man. You going to school, it'll be great, man. And to see it animated and I can't wait to see the polished product. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait to see it, man. You're doing great work, and this is something when they say black people, you know, when we get this thing that black people aren't doing things, right? That's not true.
Right.
That, you know what I mean? And I think we need to stop a lot of times hawking on the dysfunction of our people to a certain extent. We need to call it out when it needs to be, but especially it's Black History. I'm like, come on, it's Black History Month, and we over here, you know,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying? I'm like, it's worse enough we got the shortest month out the year.
Right.
But
how do you feel about Black History Month? Like, do you feel like, you know, you feel like it should be longer? Like what's your
this is my thing, and I have this belief because my esteemed brother in Cerulean Grey said this, and hopefully after everybody get up here and we start talking, I will bring him up here and he'll start. We'll have a conversation with him also if he's free. Is that Black history is American history.
right?
So there shouldn't be a Black History Month because there's not an American History Month. It's history. So Black history should be in there. So when they say who invented X, Y, and Z, well, this black person invented this, and the reason he doesn't get credit for it because this person was his slave master and he took his invention. But this is the originator of X, Y, and Z. That's how it should be taught in school. Tell the full history, right?
True history.
The real history of these inventors and these black folks, and this is what this black person did, and blah blah blah. This time in Black history, that's what I believe. I don't think we should have a month, but if we did have a month, June should be our month.
Right, that makes
June should be our month. Like, you know, I'm sorry to the LGBTQ people. Y'all can take any other month y'all want. Give us the Juneteenth because y'all ain't nobody enslaved y'all or nothing like that. Y'all. You know what I'm saying? That, you know what I mean? That is it. You know, men aren't supposed to be born as slaves relatively to the fact. You get what I'm saying? So
it's kind of like the white man just gave us a bone. Like they just gave us a bone. Like, oh, here you go. Like, you know, y'all have this month right here. You know, Abraham Lincoln. You know, was it the Emancipation Proclamation? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just, you know, February. There you go. But it's like, is that really enough? You know?
Yeah. Is that really enough? Yeah, exactly. And that's why I said, for a second, it's something that, how should I say it like this? It's something that you have to understand with how people don't realize why. When slavery was abolished, it was only for the sole purpose, and he did say it. If I could save the Union without abolishing slavery, I would do that. But for me to save the Union, I have to abolish slavery. That's it. That's not the first time. They don't want to teach you that when the colonies were formed, And there were revolts before the American Revolution, right? There was revolts before the whole famous Boston Tea Party and the thing where Crispus Attucks got killed first. There were revolts all through the 13 colonies. And the first thing that the British did was they basically, through the colonies, they abolished slavery multiple times. Wow. So Abraham Lincoln took that play from something that was already done in history that worked. Right. It's not a mistake. And plus, the revolts of slavery, they already see was taxing the South. That's why the South wanted to separate a lot of times, because they couldn't keep a kibosh on slavery. Like they were revolts. Like Nat Turner was one of many things. And then if you're hearing word that there's an island down in the Caribbean
and they
that revolted and they're a whole country.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like it's one thing you gonna act crazy, because it's not that it's one thing for you to leave, like revolt and go and come back. You get what I'm saying? Like revolt and leave, right? Okay, they're gonna run somewhere. All right, whatever. But it's another thing when you're gonna revolt and stay. Oh no. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a whole thing, because then you just take. So yeah, it was more of a clandestine thing to keep the Union together, to keep things together.
Yeah, not because of the fact that it was morally correct, but just because of it was like a strategic thing. Like
yeah.
And
it's policy. It was policy. It was a policy-driven thing. It is what it is. And what I can and this is just me. I made this analogy when I was talking in the back chats with my fellow brethren and stuff, and my sisters back there in the back chats, and we were talking, and we said something to each other. But I said this, and I said, Black people, right? And when I mean politics, right? The Republican Party is the dad, right? And the Democratic Party is the mother, and Black people is the child in between, right? And the mother and the father are separated and they're arguing with each other, right? And they use Black people as the child. So the Democratic Party uses Black people to cause problems with the Republican Party as the father, right? Like you ain't gonna see your kid if you don't pay child support and all this other stuff, right? And the Republican Party is like, I stay away because I can't stand you, and I ain't paying you no more child support. But the child in between is the one that suffers the most. And Black people are the child in between. The problem is that we need to grow up and emancipate ourselves mentally and understand that neither one of these parties are in our best interest, but we need to use one. We need to not be beholden to any one of them. They're both dysfunctional. Right. And we need to use, like, a Black person. If a Black person voting for this Republican and he's going, and this Republican, I mean on the state level, if this Republican is going to get what needs to be done for the community, we vote Republican at this state, at this place. If this Democrat is going to get what needs to be done, we vote for this Democrat at this place, just like any other group of minorities, right? The Asians, the Latinos, they vote for whoever locally is going to get things done for them. And then they get their representatives in Congress and things of that nature to speak on their behalf. They don't care too much about who the president is, because we've seen with President Barack Obama, if you ain't got if Congress does all the dirty work, like they wasn't trying to work with him, they jumped on and worked with Trump as quickly as possible. Now the Democrats, they got majority in both houses, a slim majority in the Senate, major majority in representatives, but you got crazy people that are reps that almost got them killed, and they still debating should they kick them out or not. You see the rigmarole, and like I said before, it's a lot of things to unpack, but we can go into another segment in another time. But what I really brought you up here today, and please can y'all go ahead and add them on Instagram if you're on Instagram. Share the stream, you guys. You know what I'm saying? People in the clouds that are watching. But I want to give the brother the floor, so he can, you know what I'm saying, like, and give him the pretense of what's going on. You know what I mean? Like, tell us, like, you know, what is your, well, I'm gonna ask a question here.
Okay.
Like, where do you see yourself in the community far as this quote unquote responsibility that's been thrust upon you?
I feel like, honestly, if I'm being completely like blood raw, I feel like
Mm-hmm.
I I mean, yeah, how do I say this? I feel like I haven't um gotten to that point of, handling the responsibility yet, because I'm still, I'm 18, like I'm still in high school, like what can I do now? You know? I always ask myself that question, like what can I do now? And I remember the conversation that we had on the other live stream where one of the gentlemen, Serious Gamer? I can't remember his name. But I just
Mm-hmm.
remember him saying, just
Mm-hmm.
leading by example is the best thing that I can do right now. If anything, being a leader in my household, being a leader, in my community, and just
Mm-hmm.
being an example, and being there for my mother, being there for my siblings. I feel like as I get older, then I feel like I'll grow more into that role, because like I don't know what I can do like right as of right now, but when I'm out on my own, I have my own house, my own like problems to deal with. Then that's when I'll be able to I guess um, I don't know. I guess that's when I'll be able to have
Mm-hmm.
a better, a bigger voice. I mean, I can have a voice now, but it's like it's certain things that I'm still dealing with, like now, like school and stuff like that. I feel like I haven't, I'm just now starting my journey. Like I'm just now like,
Mm-hmm.
figuring things out, and not trying to make any excuses for myself and say like I'm not ready for the responsibility, or saying that I don't want to take on the responsibility as being a leader. I just feel like I'm not like completely like ready yet. Like
Yeah.
uh, I was watching Malcolm X earlier, and like there was like a phase where he was a gangster. He went to jail. He you know became a member of the House of the Nation of Islam, and like
Right.
it was a journey that he had to take before he became the Malcolm X. Like there was a you know
Yeah. It
it
was
was a
a,
growth process. So
yeah.
yeah, it's just I feel like I still have time to do the things necessary in order for me to become that
Mm-hmm.
leading role, and for other people to like look to. Not saying that I don't
Right.
have a voice now, but it's just like I feel like I still need time to develop.
And you know, I would say this, like, and if I can ask you, like, what, how old are you, roundabout? Like, you don't have to give me a direct answer with but
Oh,
roundabout, what's your age?
I mean, I'm 18. Like I
Oh
turned.
man, you can't. Listen. I'm gonna say it like this, man. Look,
Yeah.
I may not look it, man, but look, my oldest son is going to be 25 this year. My middle son's going to be 23, and my youngest son is going to be 17. So
Mm.
you that's like that's like me walking up to my youngest son right now and telling him, "Yo, you need to go save the community right now."
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, look, man, I don't look. Let me put it to you like this: you need to focus on the journey of you. Like, and I know it gets hard hearing the outside noise of black men ain't this, black men ain't that, because you're a black man, and you've understood the struggles, and like you said, you got to be there to help your mom. You got a lot of stuff on your plate just in your household alone. and
Right.
and you don't know which way to go. You don't know, because there's no male role models in the community.
Right.
Right, right, and we're going to touch on that in another one, because another brother said that. I just checked the email. One of the brothers, he can't make it because he's got a prior engagement. But you're 18 years of age. Look, man, I was 18 years of age, and you know what I was doing at 18? I was at the recruit. I was at MEP swearing in to join the Navy at 18. Right? At 18, on my 18th birthday, on my 18th birthday, you know what I'm saying? I'm on the Nets, like I'm in the Navy. I'm just trying to figure it out. You
Right.
feel me? I'm trying
Right.
to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? And the only thing I was thinking about is getting out, right? And but at the thing, I had leadership in the community, good or bad or whatever it is. There was leadership. When I look back now, and I went back to my hometown like in 2016, the community, there was no leadership. There was nobody, because there was nothing there.
Right.
It was blocks and blocks of empty row houses, like torn down.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Blocks and blocks of empty row houses torn down. And the community wasn't even there. Like, you know what I mean? So, and I had to think to myself, what happened? You know?
Right.
And then I look back and I say, man, like, and I look at my friends that grew up, like, around the same age. As soon as we got a little bit of good, we got gone. We got gone. We didn't go build anything. We tried to get away. We tried to run as fast as we could. Like, it was like leaving the plantation, right? Run as fast as you can. But the problem is that your generation suffered because we were so worried about getting.
Yeah.
And we're at this point where we're the 35s to 42s and 43s, and I'm talking about like millennials to a certain degree, right? The early millennials, right? And it's not on you to save the community. I'm trying to be. I'm being as honest and frank as possible. It's not on you. It's on us. It's on those baby boomers, what's left of them. It's on the Generation X's a lot, and it's on the early millennials. I'm talking about the 80s to 89 babies, to start helping the community. Like it's not on you. You need a chance to grow. You need a chance to grow. Right? You're 18 years of age, man. Like, at 18 years of age, I didn't know what I was doing other than joining the Navy. I wasn't prepared for it. I was making mistakes. I was messing up. I was worried about females.
Right.
I was worried about how to put like feet, like, how we get these new Timbs on. I need to swag out. I was just trying to make it above board. I was just trying. An 18-year-old man is trying to figure out how to oppose the environment and survive on its own. You're not equipped enough to help the community. The best thing you can do is help the community, is help yourself.
Right.
Like that's something that you're not equipped to do because there wasn't enough around you. And I'm gonna tell you this: don't rush. I don't care what anybody says. Don't rush the process. Don't rush the process. Don't rush the process. And process is also mean you have to understand taking agency and ownership and accountability of your actions, and being very frugal with your interactions with women past to a physical point. Because that doesn't help the community also, of having another young group of young people with potential basically cut their potential short because they're bringing the life into the world too early.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So And, you know, and I'm like, me, I dodge bullets. And I'm just gonna be honest with you, man. I was in the Navy, I was running around, I was beating guts, doing my thing. You know what I'm saying? Doing my thing. But at the same time, that if I can go back and tell my 18-year-old self something, I would tell my 18-year-old self something that you need to calm down. Like, you've been doing too much, and luckily you didn't get caught in the trick bag of life. You know, not that it's the woman's fault or whatever. It's just life. As men, it always comes back on our responsibility.
Right.
So at 18, man, you know, I'm glad that you are astute enough to know that there's help that needs to happen in the community. But the best help that you can get is finding your way and going through the process and being responsible for yourself and listening to those that are constructive enough to give you constructive criticism. And not take it, you know, too blatant, too much to heart, right? But filter out the outside noise, because I know it does get nagging that every time you turn on one of these social media platforms, that black men ain't doing this, black men ain't that, no one's protecting this, that, and the third, blah, blah, blah. It's y'all fault. It's y'all fault. It's y'all fault. It's y'all fault. I understand. I understand. Man. I understand. So the next thing I would like to ask you is, I'm like, you do have a plan, because I see that you're using your artwork and you're in that. Did you have any like examples, role models, whether they were in your community or whether they were afar, as males that you looked up to or tried to emulate or took what they said or their teachings?
So, you know, I was brought up, you know, in a Christian household for the most part. You know, my mom and dad, they were married at one point, and you know, things happen.
Right.
You know, they divorced, and you know, my dad, you know, after the divorce, he managed to, you know, become a fireman, and you know, started to, you know, turn some things around. And I you know, I look up to him. He's similar to you, and strong-minded, strong-willed, and you know, he's always trying to teach me the values of certain things. Like, you know, he's always telling me, like, you should learn the code, you should learn to do this. You know, the white people, they're like the how do I say this? The white people or the parents, like, they always try to instill like some type of, you know, something for them to, you know, pass it down, and then like you have that, and then I don't know how to explain it. Like what am I trying to say?
What?
Like with the, like, basically generational wealth, like anything that they, like, say for me, for instance, like,
Right.
or any other black kid, like, they're not gonna learn about, you know, stocks. Like, they're like, I don't know. I mean, there are some kids that are learning about it, but like, you know, stocks, the importance of saving up, saving money, stuff that they would need to, you know, be successful. Like, I feel like a lot of people that look like us, they don't really know the importance of that. And you know, my dad, for the most part, even though, you know, my mom and dad, they're co-parenting, like, he still tries to like instill that into me. And you know, I love my mom. And my grandfather, he was also in the military, and he was stationed in Berlin when when the towers were up and stuff like that. And he was a what was he? He was a combat engineer.
Okay, he was a combat engineer. Okay.
And he dealt with like landmines and stuff like that.
And,
yeah,
like combat engineer. We call that in the Navy. That's EOD. That's yeah. So he, like, your grandfather, like, he been, you know, bomb disposal unit, you know, stuff like that. Like, you know, that's, you got to know what you're doing, and that is a high mortality rate, because if you bad at your job, boy, That's not one of them jobs where you can't be good at your job, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, because it's not just you, it's everybody involved. You know, you had a bad day at the office, everybody's having a bad day for the rest of their lives, you know what I'm saying? Literally. So I'm like, hats off, you know, and you don't, but if you think about it, you don't see a lot of us go into those things because a bomb disposal guy makes a lot of money.
Yeah.
You know, just makes a lot of money, but the training that goes into that. And I see what your dad is saying because he understands what's going on, but a lot of times as parents in our head, we understand, like as men, you know, we kind of suck the joy and the dreams out of young men, right? Because we understand very quickly that the world doesn't care about men unless you're providing something. And all the dreams and aspirations that you have in the world mean absolutely nothing if you're not providing provisions, right? But that's not good when you have another generation, because within reason, you know what I'm saying? And but I would also say, because I say this to my kids, is look, I don't, if you want to be the richest person or whatever, that's on you. The only thing that I want you to do as your father, as your parent, is I want you to be able to take care of yourself.
Right.
Like, I don't want to worry about your everyday needs. You know, we all need help, you know what I mean, with certain things. We all hit a rough patch. But I want you to be able to take care of your basic necessities, food, clothing, and shelter. And if you want to be an artist, and you might not be the best paid artist, but if you can cover yourself, I don't want you to be starving, but if you can
Right.
cover yourself, and that's something that you enjoy in life, I'm good with that. Like I'm not pushing you, and I'm not vicariously living my life through you of
Right.
everything that I miss. And a lot of times I'm speaking from a man's perspective, from a father's perspective. We do that to our young men. We do that to our children, right? You know,
Kind of try to live through them a little bit.
yeah, we push them to be football players and stuff like that. They may have the talent for it, but you can see the guys that don't love it, right? That they do it because they're talented at it. That doesn't mean they love to do it, right?
Right.
Like you're an artist, like you love to do that. That's something that you love to do. But then you may be good at coding. That might just come to you naturally, but that's not something that you love to do. Now, will coding get you paid, and then you can
Oh, yeah.
be an artist, and then you can maybe take that money from being a coder and then invest it into your art. Okay, now you have to get, like, I'm always about, when I'm talking to somebody or even with my children, when I sit up there and talk to my sons, what do you want to do? I ask them, what do you want to do? And they say, I want to do X, Y, and Z. Okay, this is going to take some money. But the second that you don't want to do it, don't do it because daddy's paying for it. Do
Right.
it
Because you
if
genuinely want to do it.
you want to do it, right?
Right.
But you are not going to get too many of those. I'm going to do this and I don't want to do it no more because it's getting tough, right?
Right.
You're not going to get too many of those because I'm going to pull back and I'm going to scrutinize it because this is life. I still got to teach you to be a young man. I still got to teach you to be a man, right? But I'm giving you that growing pain. And my middle son, he wanted to be a DJ. I had turntables. I brought the scratch live, everything. I even had a DJ friend come down, run him through it a little bit, and he just stopped doing it. I still got the stuff, right?
Wow.
I put it to use, but it was fun. He even came and told me, he said, "Dad, it's hard. I gotta be on it every day. Like I thought it was just whatever." He said, "I love music, but I thought it's that," and I was like, "It's okay." But you came to me and told me. But my whole thing is, I would rather him try than have the regret of not trying. You see what you're good at. You're at the age where you get to try things and figure it out.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And the older you get, you really can't try stuff too much. You can't really try stuff because you got responsibilities and get certain, certain things. But you're at an age where you can do things. Like you can do things and don't get pigeonholed into certain situations. And I'm glad that you said that, your dad is still a part of your life, even though him and your mom amicably, split apart for adult reasons, but they still were grown enough to, raise a child.
Right.
And we don't hear those stories a lot. We just hear one side, right? We hear I'm not with my kids, or he left and ran over, or I'm whatever. We don't hear the full story, and we're not hearing it from the generation that it affects, which is your generation.
Right.
Yeah.
That is true. Like I feel like, in this, like right now, my generation, I mean, there are a lot of a lot of my friends, like their parents aren't like together anymore. And it's like it's kind of like normal now. Like it's just normalized.
It's normalized. Oh, we got Serious Game on the panel. What's going on, brother? How you doing? Oh, his internet dropped. Well, he'll probably come back. Come back in. But yeah, like I really, and that's what I'm saying. Like I totally understand what you're saying. Like it's, and that's what I mean is like I don't try to put anybody in something that they can't obviously, they can't. They're not in a certain place for that. What's going on, Serious Game? What's going on, brother?
What's going on, man? My bad about that, man. I was trying to get it all under control.
Oh no, you good. We was here, you know what I'm saying? We was here chopping up. We did an introduction for the brother Ronnie here and stuff like that. And we were just going through. I just asked him a couple of questions. But since you're here, man, just give us a quick introduction, man. Give us an introduction yourself. You got the floor.
Yeah, well, I mean, I go by Serious Game. Not really big on YouTube. I just be on here, man, checking out people content. Every now and then, I'll chime in and, voice my opinion. As y'all seen, what was that last week? A couple of days ago.
Yeah. Well, the stream's gone, brother. The stream's gone. She took it down.
Oh, yeah. I mean, of course.
Of
course. You know what I'm saying? I figured that was going to happen. But, I'm 29, man. I'm from Dallas, man. I'm in the medical field, man. I'm an X-ray technician. You know what I'm saying?
That's good, bro.
Working up in the field. Got a couple of businesses I'm building and stuff. I'm just all about improvement. Just staying on my grind because we all got a purpose out here. And I just try to, whenever I chime into a conversation, just put my 2 cents in and just let people know, like, hey, it's black men out here that's trying, and I just feel like it's a conversation out there that's just going against all brothers, and it's just like, no, you got brothers out here that's trying, you know what I'm saying, that's competing at that, and it was just, cool just to have that conversation last week, you know what I'm saying, and I'm glad I got to, chop it up with some of y'all.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask you because I just asked Ronnie this. I just asked Ronnie this, and with Ronnie, I asked him, you know what I'm saying, like what was, because I remember you kept bringing this up. You didn't have the role models, you didn't have the structure, and me and him was just talking about this, and I said, man, you at 18 years of age, man. The community's not your responsibility. Like you barely cracked the surface. Like you don't even know where you're going at in life. You know what I mean? To even help anybody, the best thing that he can do is help himself in the community. Like just help himself. You know what I'm saying? And try to find his way of going about doing things. And I remember that you were saying that, you're building, and you got to show your work before you can tell anybody anything.
Right.
And she wasn't trying to hear that because the age difference. You know what I mean? Like, she's lumping all black men into one age demographic of, instant. Like, you know what I'm saying? Add a woman, add a baby, instant family. He takes all the responsibility, and that's not how it is, because age does take a part in some things. So at your age, man, what you're saying, man, is and I remember you were saying this over there, is you say you were missing mentors or elders in the community for leadership. Can you speak more on that, like far as your background, coming where you was coming from and stuff like that?
Yeah. So first of all, can y'all hear me good?
Oh yeah, we can hear you, man, loud and clear.
Okay. So I mean, coming up, the thing is that I mean, I had my father, right, but he had a rough upbringing. You know what I'm saying? And I grew up in a single parent home, right?
Right.
So, I mean, I'm a big dude. I'm 6'5". So, coming up, it was just all about playing sports, man. I mean, that's just what it was. Either you played sports, you did music, you was in the streets. You know what I'm saying?
Combination of all three, right?
Yeah. So, there wasn't any real skills being taught. You know what I'm saying? And so because there wasn't any real skills being taught, it made it like hard once that transition came, to this transition into manhood out here. Cause it's like, once I finished playing ball and I realized like, oh, I'm not going to the NBA. Okay, what do I do now? You know what I'm saying? Like, and the thing is like, okay, you got people that say, well, go to school. But I'm looking at that like, I mean, and don't get it twisted. I still go to school, right? But it's for a trade. It's for a skill.
Right.
There's the difference. When you got people that just going to school for just BS degrees that really don't even mean shit in the real world. I got siblings, relatives, $100,000 in debt. We're just going and getting just degrees, and then they get a job that ain't even in the field that they went to go get a degree in. Well, when you go and get a skill, right, you pretty much take on that program. They teach you about the field. They give you the tools and the knowledge that you need so that, you can master that skill, get an externship, get hired on in that field, and work your way up. That's what I've been doing. I started off at a chiropractic clinic, and I've been working my way up since, because that's what makes sense. But it's all types of skills out here that Black men can learn. You know what I'm saying? And it don't have to just be, something that's in sports or entertainment. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got more gifts than that. So coming up, I didn't see no Black men, from my lane, from my past, saying, you need to go get you some skills out here. And it's all different types of skills that you can develop even outside of just going to school. It's just knowing how to monetize yourself and being able to make the money that you need to make, you know what I'm saying, to, build your own business or whatever like that, or whatever it is that you plan on doing.
Now I'm gonna read this comment from one of our sisters in the chat. She's from, I'm gonna watch my mouth because she's gonna clutch her pearls and beat me up later. But our sister Vonda here, she's from that, that X generation, and she's saying that we need to get away from the mentality that Black folks are a monolith when the narrative is negative, but when we do good, it's a rare thing. And what she's speaking is facts. I'm like, brother, you being able to take care of yourself, both of you brothers, right? You know what I'm saying? The brother Ronnie right here, he's looking at going to school for a talent and something that he has. You are, an X-ray tech. You're in the medical field, and if we know anything right now, a lot of people ain't going to get any help right now because guess what? They scared. It's like they rather go about with COVID than deal with the insurance company after they get out of the hospital.
That's facts.
You know what I'm saying? So you're in a field where, there's two fields that is never, ever going to have layoffs. That's the medical field. Damn, somebody got a Hemi?
Oh, my bad, man. You know,
yeah.
I'm out here. I'm out here getting my little hustle on, man. So you might hear some action back here. Not,
Oh yeah, no, you good.
that ain't my ride though.
Yeah, I know that dude had that, man. He had all 8 cylinders going. Oh, man,
Yeah, I probably need to mute while you talking. Let me do
that. Yeah, this old dude he had the Hemi going, but the second one basically is being a undertaker, because people dying every day. I'm like, those are the two major industries of business. The medical field, you're never going to run out of people being sick, and being an undertaker, because people die every day. You know what I'm saying? Being a mortician, going to medical school, being in the coroner's office, which doesn't take as much years medically in a medical school that it does to be a doctor, where they're just going to stick you in the ER, where you're going to be making you basically going to be working yourself out of debt. You know, and this is what we talk about: skills, being an electrician, being an engineer. You can work in these fields and you can make money. Being in logistics, like, people laugh at the Amazon dude, but last time I checked, the CEO of Amazon made so much money off of this pandemic for tax purposes, he had to step down from being the CEO yesterday.
It's crazy.
Right?
So live.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all, I'm like being a mailman. Like, I remember when I was young, they used to give us welfare checks. Like, literally, they had to bring the check to your house.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Everybody loved the mailman. Everybody loved the mailman. But what?
Oh no, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no, you got the floor.
I was just gonna elaborate on what you were saying. Like, I feel like what it comes down to this is understanding. When you finna get a skill, you making a business decision. It's like, you are the business, and it's like how you get that skill, determines on the route that you take. Because to get in the field that I'm in, I went through a trade school route. I went through a medical trade school. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm glad I did that because of my dad being a vet. I was able to get a discount on not just for the LMRT certification, but for the RT degree. And so, now I'm just on cruise control, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm finna get ready to go back to become a nuclear imaging tech. Those are the guys that shoot. I'm still learning about it. They shoot. They inject people pretty much with a chemical that that pops up on the X-ray screen, and they look for any reactions that it may have in a person's body to determine any type of illnesses and stuff of that nature. But I'm still looking into it. But it starts off around $75,000 a year.
Wow.
But
see that right there?
Yeah, and the thing about it is that I'm not taking out any loans. Like, I'm paying for that out of my pocket because I've already invested in myself with these other two skills that go together. This goes with that, but it's different. But I'm still making money to be able to invest in it without having to get more in debt. Because and the thing about it was, because I was able to get a discount, that cut my debt in half. And then because, I'm able to pay out of pocket, I'm still paying my debt off. So I'm going to have my debt paid off this year.
No, well, let me ask you a question. And this is the thing a lot of times, and I don't have the resources right now available, right? But have you looked into, because you're going to further your education, your certification, right? Because you're being certified, right?
I'm finishing up, the RT. That's a degree. That's an associate's degree. When I go for the nuclear imaging, that's That's a bachelor's degree.
That's a bachelor's degree, right? So when you get that, now, have you looked at any grants? You know what I'm saying? For this, or the hospital or the place that you're working at, they should have a program and a pipeline where they will actually subsidize you doing this.
I haven't looked into that. I'm gonna check that out because I mean, I know because pandemic and grants like crazy though. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm sorry to say this. There's a lot of people that passed during this pandemic. There's a lot of job openings. I'm sorry to say it, but it's a fact. It's a fact.
It's some people that really missed out, bro. I'm not gonna lie. They had all types of free money out there. All types, yo. Like I'm not gonna I'm not gonna lie. I won in 2020. You know what I'm saying? I won big time. And I stacked up and I just stayed up out the way, man. All that free money just, you know, you know what I'm saying? Sit that to the side, bro.
Well, I'm not even gonna call it free money. I'm just gonna call it money being reallocated. Let's just you know what I mean. If you think about it like this, right? If you got a person that's working in a job, right, especially your field, because y'all frontline workers, right, because you got to do all of that. Y'all got to check you know what I mean, people getting x-rays all the time. Y'all got to check that, right? If you're working in the medical field, you the front line. You the first line of defense. People come to see you. You got to walk in hospitals. You got to deal with this. People coughing, whatever, right? And the medical field, they weren't equipped at the time to deal with something of this magnitude, especially with Savage 4 or 5 in office, right? So at the time, those people that were in those jobs, you got to think about it. You got people that's like 45, 50, 55, 60 years old, almost close to retirement, sitting in those positions, right? You know what I mean? Accumulating that money. Now, what happens if that 55-year-old person that's been working there for 15, 20 years, know Dr. X, Y, and Z over such and such, know everything at the back of their hand, but they suddenly gone?
Right.
So so how long is going to take for you to get somebody that just graduated medical school or nursing school up? No, you're gonna promote from within. You're gonna promote from within. And who's going to go up first? It's who grabs it first. So everything's for the grabbing for the next 5 years because they got to fill these positions. The medical field is going to be wide open because they took the biggest hit.
Right.
They took the biggest hit. A lot of things is wide open. And so what the brother is doing is actually really, really smart. What he's doing at 29 years of age, he's really, really smart. But that's what I'm saying is he needs that time to accumulate that wealth to get himself to a point where he can move that back into the community. He has to get himself stable.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's facts. That's all I was trying to express the other night too, man. Like you gotta be able to show your work.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, who's gonna listen to somebody that's not out here doing it, man?
Or they just
just say it again. Say it again for the people in the back, man.
Who gonna listen to somebody who ain't out here doing it?
Say it again. Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? Because go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I'm glad y'all. This is why I'm glad that y'all are saying this. I want to. The younger generation. Y'all telling us from the older generation, right? That, and I get it, because I understand y'all and I understand the older generation because I'm kind of in that realm, but I understand both parts. But just to be honest with you, and when we were having this conversation on the person that we mentioned earlier's panel, she was not trying to hear it because there's a point of time when you have a conversation with a person and when they start saying certain things, they want to gaslight you into getting off the topic and the subject, and they're not trying to hear your side of the spectrum of the argument, right? And at 29 years of age, my brother, maybe in the next 2 or 3 years, other than you maybe going part-time down to the local community center, or you know what I'm saying, maybe talking about a program or something, or maybe getting with some people here and there. Right now, I would say, bro, that's as much as you can do without taking away from building your own self.
Right.
It's the 35 and over crowd that needs to be hands in the community more on lines and stuff like that.
Thank
You know
you.
what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So it's our responsibility. It's us as the 35 and over, the 80s babies that
Let
needs
me
to
clear
really get
something
there.
up too. Let me clear something up too, bro. Like,
Yeah.
I definitely wasn't trying to like take a shot at my older brothers out here. I mean, like,
Yeah.
that's something that I wasn't doing. I got nothing
Oh, yeah.
but respect for any man that's out here, man, handling their business. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The point that I was trying to get across to her, because see, the thing is about that whole panel, I mean,
Mhm.
she had different arguments coming her way that she wasn't prepared for. And you know,
yeah,
the thing about it was the reason why she wasn't prepared for it is because, you know, just being, you know, just too emotional about, you know, she brought a lot of emotions in there. You see what I'm saying? Now, the thing is this, really, if you think back to the conversation, the person who really ended it was Alyssa. You know, what she said on her panel was nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
And the thing is that those are just basic facts. I mean, I could have easily, you know, said the same thing
But
because that's something that we already know. But I wanted to attack the argument from a different perspective because it seems like it's just only it it seems like, you know, she was going to be quick to get emotional and kick somebody off. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
well,
But
yeah.
make no mistake. I mean, I know it's older brothers out here, you know what I'm saying, that's doing their thing, entrepreneurs, got skills, that's handling up. Some of us though just didn't come up in the path of just seeing these brothers, or even if it's not even just in that manner, just making, you know what I'm saying, some type of moves out here. Some of us, you know, didn't get to really see that, you know what I'm saying? And so for a long time out here, I really didn't know what the hell to do as a black man. It wasn't until, I mean, because the truth is how I learned how to get on my purpose was getting online, doing research, learning from guys that's older than me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm in the position that I'm in because of watching guys like AMS. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was the one that, you know, put me on game about, you know, getting on my purpose and finding a skill out here. You know what I'm saying? And since then, I had really just, and that was back in like 2018. You know what I'm saying?
And I would say that was, I came around this space around, I would say, well, that space. I don't associate myself with that space anymore because I see where they've gone, right? And they have, you know, I came into that space in like February 2018, right? And when I came into that space, it was men building. Like they were talking about building, they were talking about the community, and I met wonderful brothers, you know what I mean, and I met wonderful sisters, and we're still connected now. They're in the chat, they're in the clouds, it's whatever. I've separated myself from a lot of those guys, quote unquote, from that space, and we don't really mention, you know, that space by name, but we know what we're talking about. I just call them over there because they crying about quote unquote pussy all day. I just can't do that. Right? That's just not me. Right. And the rhetoric is getting so bad that it's actually infecting the younger generation. You know what I mean? To the point where they don't want to deal with women. Right. They don't understand that provisions alone is not enough to build a relationship. That's a whole different ball game. It's a whole different dynamic. And I stepped away from that space. But in 2018, there were guys over there that were talking about build yourself, get yourself straight, you know, get on your grind, get yourself situated, qualify, do a lot of things, right? So,
Absolutely.
you know what I'm saying? So when you mention these guys in that 2018 thing, they were on point. Now they on some whole other stuff, and it's chasing the bag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, eventually it always, you know, good things
Yeah.
always come to an end. I mean, because
Yeah,
starting out, I mean, like, and I pick through the content that I listen to because it's all entertainment now. But back
Yeah.
then, that's when it was more organic, which goes back to the point that I was making to the lady was that, you know, hey, this information era just kind of started. You know, it kind of just came about. Like, that's when I first started to peep game was back then, you know, and you know what it originally was about was, like you said, men building themselves, men becoming the best version of themselves. You know what I'm saying? Exposing like different things that go on in like female nature so that you can, you know, be aware, you know, just be on game out here, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, of course, once, you know, somebody start making money, they're going to go Hollywood, you know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is. That's why I said, you know, eventually, yeah, I'm going to create a channel, but it ain't to like be on here like
Mm-hmm.
doing stuff like that.
Yeah.
I just want to, you know what I'm saying, just be like somebody that can show that like you can become your best version out here. You can live your life, you know what I'm saying? You can be a positive influence out here, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not with the whole I mean with the I work around women. I'm not going to be on the internet bashing women, you know. Shit, I love women, you know what I'm saying? I mean, let's keep it a buck. Like I'm a heterosexual man. I mean, I date women. I deal with women. I'm not finna sit up here and ain't none of us perfect. There's flaws on, you know, both sides. You know, I mean, it's that's just what
That's
it
what it
is.
is.
You know, so I mean, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, man! Like, and I would say, man, when you know we was over there, I like to commend like both of you brothers and the brother that couldn't make it because he had prior engagement. But I like to commend all of y'all for holding and keeping your cool, right? You know what I'm saying? I would like to commend you because the whole time y'all kept it respectful, and the things that was said that we all were thinking because I forgot my camera was on and my facial expressions was just basically saying everything but I was trying and then I kept like okay, but the sister that was there, she was saying everything that we was thinking.
Exactly.
So but if she was saying it as respectfully as she said it, it didn't matter what we were saying. Only thing that panel was for is her to launch her hurt and her venom at men.
Yep.
That's what it was for. It wasn't for building. It wasn't for being constructive. And while we debating, you know what I mean? Let's have a dialogue and a conversation. Let's learn something, right? And here's another thing. I'm gonna be honest with you. Here's another thing. I didn't know she was from Canada. I didn't know she lived in Canada. There's a difference between a Canadian black person and an American black person.
Absolutely. I didn't know that either.
Yeah,
I knew.
And when she said, when I found that out, I'm glad I found that out after I wasn't on the panel. Because if I found that out when I was there, I would have got kicked off. Because I would have asked her certain questions that she didn't want to answer. Because there's a difference between a black person where their ancestors didn't have a choice to be in America, that were bred like dogs, and there's a difference between a black person that's a second, third, or fourth generation immigrant. The level of racism is different. I'm not saying that there's no racism in Canada. What I'm saying is there's a different level of racism with black folk and how the communities are being attacked than it is in Canada. So that's why she can't hear what we gotta say, because she never experienced it and she's not American Black. So her conversation directed at American Black men is mute. So we don't have nothing to talk about. You can talk about the men in Canada, and you're right. The men in Canada, the Black men that are in Canada, are derelict in their responsibility because they chose to go there and they chose to let their communities fail, where they uprooted themselves and went. We were dragged, beaten, bred. So was the women also. Our dysfunction is a whole different ballgame. We got a bigger thing. Even Black women have a bigger thing. So you're speaking for Black American women, but you're not living a Black American woman experience.
Yeah,
Let me get that.
I didn't know that. That's interesting. I did not know that. I was thinking that she was somewhere here in the country, the way she was talking.
Yes. Yeah. That's what made it more egregious, because I have a sister named Classic Ruby, and she lives in Canada, and she's Canadian, but she comes back and forth. She came back and forth a lot. She has family in the U.S. and she says it. There's a difference between racism in Canada and racism in the United States and in America, and she knows it and she says it. I think somebody has an echo. I think somebody has an echo. Yeah. I think it's you, sir. You're using the Bluetooth in your car, right?
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, that's you. Yeah. So, but Ronnie, what is your take on this? Because I don't want to focus the stream on that, because then the stream will get focused on that, and then I'm not getting in no back and forth with people on YouTube. That because that's not going to have a constructive conversation or whatever. I would like to get up here and have a conversation, but you know what I'm saying, to a degree, but I don't think she's mentally ready for that. I think she needs to go talk to someone off YouTube, maybe a TD Jakes or somebody like that. I don't know.
Not TD Jakes, but
maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh man, not TD Jakes, man.
Ayanna, I think Ayanna quit though, so she can't talk to Ayanna Fix My Life. She can't talk to her, but she got to go talk to somebody. But go ahead, brother. My bad.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't know. It kind of just felt like we were talking to a wall. That's basically how it felt. And like everything that we were saying was positive, and then even in that, like, we had a sister on the panel, and she was like saying everything that we was thinking. It's just like, and then on top of that, she's Canadian, so it's like that's different. Like those two different conversations, two different arguments to make. So
yeah, and you're absolutely right. And this is now I got a question to ask you, brothers, right? When you were growing up, between the ages of 14 and 18, were you able to get part-time jobs?
You can go first.
I was told not to work, just focus on school and basketball.
So, but your dad raised you, is that correct?
Actually, I went back and forth between living with my dad and my mom.
Okay.
And the thing about it was, that right there, it was good in a way, but then it was kind of bad because I did a lot of moving around, and then I had other siblings too that was doing the same thing. So it was just a lot of dysfunction,
Just a lot of dysfunction. Now, the reason why I asked that, Ronnie, was you able to have a job when you was in high school before hitting 18?
Nah,
part-time job.
Kind of similar to him. I told to stick to school, but for me, I kind of try to figure out a way to make money, like with my art on the side, and classmates asking me to create some stuff, and I was able. That's as close to the job I've ever gotten, so I'm still doing that. So
yeah. So now, now the reason I'm saying this is because the reason why I asked this question is because there was a rite of passage for our for the baby boomers, I know this. For the Generation X's, for my demographic, the millennials, that was a rite of passage. When you got 14, you was happy to be 14 because you can get a summer job. Then when you turn 15, 16, you can get a job. The reason why this was a rite of passage is because you learned, especially as a man, to work for your money, right? Where you no longer became a quote unquote financial burden on the family, and you learned finances. You learned financial responsibility. You understood right then and there what taxes were when you got your first check, right? You understood what Social Security was when you got your first check, right? You understood the dynamic of working in the workplace with people. You understood that you had to get along with people you didn't like, but this was a social structure. This was actually preparing you for what life really was about.
Mm.
Now, a lot of reasons why your generation couldn't your generation couldn't get what they needed, or they couldn't do certain things. Even that was because, one, the economy was so messed up at the time that the part-time jobs were taken by the older generation, right? That's one. So two, how is a young man going to know about working hard and making a buck, right? Because this is what reality is, right? So now y'all are put in like remedial class, like the class where they put the kind of slow kids in when it comes to life, finances, right? And that plays a part in your development as an adult, as a young adult, right? So if you're waiting to 18 to have your first job, right? You know what I mean? I'm talking about something like a job as a man doesn't just teach you this one thing. It teaches you time is money. It teaches you how to be on time for work. It teaches you how much you're worth. And it lets you understand the dynamic, because working alone doesn't secure your employment. You got to play the game. There's a game to be played, right? And a lot, and like the brother here, he went and got a trade, but he had to go. It took him some time to get there. So what if he had that part-time job and had that time to have that job, or something where he knew how to work, just something on the summer, just to teach him what that is. You know what I'm saying? And to say, you know what, man, the ball thing may not happen, but maybe I can do this trade. What if he would have gotten to that trade at 18? How far along would he have been?
Man, I say that so many times, bro. I say that so many times. Like, I be telling myself, I be like, man, I wish I could 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Because if I would have did it 10 years ago, I know right now I would have been grossing past 6 figures. You know what I'm saying? And maybe not just from that, just from other things I would have got into. You see what I'm saying? But I think, like, that's the thing that's, like, forgotten. Like, I feel like it's like this, man. And maybe this is just my opinion, but I feel like for black men, like, we're told you need to do this X, Y, and Z. Play sports, entertainment, or hustle, right? Something like that. Women, though, are taught to be strong and independent, and they're taught to go to school and get degrees, you know?
Yep.
She tried to throw in the whole, oh, black women are more educated, black women are more, and I remember you were just like, well, yeah, that's because there's more black women out here than us, which by logic is like, so I mean that's what makes sense. But I mean that's not to take anything away. It's just like, no, like, we're not really told, like, hey, you need to develop skills. Like, and I remember, like, it was a time in the conversation where I was trying to tell her that I've had conversation with other guys around my age. I mean, a lot of talk is just about becoming entrepreneurs. Everybody want to become an entrepreneur. Well, the thing about it is, I'm for it, but I'm a firm believer that, it takes money to make money. You know what I'm saying? And you got to have money to keep money, because I mean, in the game of money, it's all about the money that you can keep. That's the reason why you see millionaires doing certain things just to get, tax breaks. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, if you read like Rich Dad Poor Dad and you learn from these guys that's outside of our community, they all started off with skills. They all started off with, practical skills that they worked their way up in, and they took their money and they invested. And they didn't just gamble it all away. They made smart decisions. They understood that they had to build their assets and cut their liabilities. You see what I'm saying? So the thing is, like I remember I was telling a guy that I came up with, played ball with, he wants to start a business, but again, he has no skills. I'm like, you don't have no skills to be trying to start a business. Why don't you go get you a skill and develop yourself, make some money, then focus on that. You don't have no skills, you don't have no credit. Nobody is about to you're not finna just walk in the bank and get it. There's no free money. You have to work. You got to put in work. And then you got to be able to show your work. Because these people going to want to know how much you gross, and if they give you this loan, how much they can get off the back end. You see what I'm saying? That's what it's all about. But they don't want to hear that. They just want to just dive straight into it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
No, I'm saying, and you're absolutely right. And the first thing, and here's the first mistake by all of us, because most people, and let's just not just put this on black folk, right? People in general are not everybody's built to run a business, right? That doesn't mean you're not built to own a business. There's a difference. There's a difference. There's a difference between owning a business and actually running the business. See, a lot of people don't understand that. There are people that work for other people that own businesses, but they don't run them. That's what managers are for, right? So let's just understand this. If you try to run a business or own a business, the first thing that you need to go do is get you an LLC in whatever field that you're trying to do it in. That $250 to $300 investment automatically will get you 10 to 15 to 20 grand on a business loan, on a small business loan, depending on what state you're in. And especially if you're in the state of Texas, small businesses don't pay state taxes. An LLC costs $300. That's a whole tax. That's a whole tax number. Do you know with an LLC you can go buy your car and a house? Like if you like
I didn't know. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I mean, and I agree. Like, yeah, it is moves to make like that, especially towards getting an LLC. It's just my thing is, if you give somebody some money and they don't know what to do with it, what are they gonna do with it?
Oh, they're gonna screw it up.
Exactly. That's the reason why. That's the reason why I believe get the LLC, have everything in motion, but before you go and start taking out these loans and stuff, invest in yourself first, develop your skills first, make money through your skills first, so that when you do start your business and you do begin to make money, you're not out here making flipperish decisions and putting yourself in the hole, because you're gonna have to start in the hole to begin with. Right. It's just a lot of people don't want to put in the work. That's just what it boils down to. They don't want to make those sacrifices. They don't want to long out. I once heard a quote, and it kind of stuck with me. Somebody said they'd rather work 80 hours a week so they don't have to work 40 hours a week. Right? Mm-hmm. And I say that to certain people, and then they freeze. I see, because you're not trying to work no hours a week. See what I'm saying? Wow. You don't get that. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause see, they don't get that. Yeah. They don't. It goes right over their head. Well, you're not trying to work no hours. Mm. I mean, How you think some of these guys became millionaires and billionaires? They're working 50, 60, 70 hours a week, 100 hours a week.
You know, when I got on my journey to own my own business, right? And I had that idea, right? I had that idea in my head, and I was going to be like, you know what? I don't want to work for this dude. I ain't making no money, right? And my OG, he pulled me to the side and he told me, as a businessman, when you own a business, you have to be happy to make the amount of money that you're making working for someone else, starting off, working for yourself. But in the first 5 to 6 to even 10 years, if you go by the hourly wage, you're working lower than minimum wage because the hours you're putting in that you're working, right? I put in more hours working for myself than I did working for somebody else. Way more hours with a whole lot of non-compensation because people that I was working with counted on me to make sure they got paid. You know what I'm saying? So I got paid. Yeah, I'm the boss. I'm the this, that, and the third. It's true. I had my own store at one time, and I had to give it up because it was too much time consuming, and it wasn't worth it at the end of the day. But I understood the pitfalls of that type of brick and mortar business that I was running. Even though I was good at it, I had customers, I had all of this. It wasn't worth it because I saw the ironclad ceiling. This business is failing according to the paradigm of what I see that's going on in the future, right? And I got myself out of it. That was 5, 6 years ago, and guess what's happening? The business is failing. And if I would have stayed there just because I own my own business and I'm a black man, then I would be slam dunking in some foolishness. Ron, you was about to say something?
Oh no, I was listening.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And what the brother he's saying is right. The serious game is saying is right. You work 80 hours so you don't gotta work 40. And the 40 is, but not everybody's built to do that. And a lot of brothers, like he was saying, like, yo, he can play ball, he had the talent for it, but the people, even the most bummiest dude that's in the NBA that we think is a bum, he's a part of that 1% that belong in the NBA.
That's facts.
People don't understand that. That bummy dude that's on the practice squad, that's sitting there in the NFL, he's still getting a check. He belong there. You don't belong there. That's why you're sitting on the couch. Like, because of decisions that you done made. Look at Dez Bryant. Dez Bryant was a top pick. He was in Dallas. He got hurt. They chucked him to the side. Like, actually, he could have signed with the Ravens. He didn't. I'm a Ravens fan because I'm from Baltimore. But then he wound up on the Ravens, but on the practice squad. They had to starve him out because he didn't understand what his worth was because he didn't have the correct people around him for the correct fit. Right? And this is what I'm saying is, and this is what my generation has done a lot of you brothers a disservice. Not, what I'm saying, in your certain situations. But what I would tell you is this right here. And this is just something that I've noticed, especially in these spaces, right? People that are doing this for money are here to gaslight for money. People that are gaslighting not for money, they're using this platform for therapy. Right? It's a therapeutic session to be in an echo chamber and to go with the go ahead of going at folk and under the guise and the auspices of building and being pro-black. There's nothing pro-black about having a discussion and a conversation and trying to gaslight it into an argument or someone disagrees with your point and they're being respectful and you boot them off the panel.
Yeah, that was pretty nasty.
And then you don't stand on your disrespect. You take the string down and hide it and strike it from the record. And then you don't learn from it. You're going to do another panel until you can get the energy that you want to prove your point that at the end of the day, what is going on? So this is what I would tell you brothers is that when faced with that, if you're in a situation like that in the future, when you go on a panel and you want to speak on a subject and the host or the panel itself, or even the chat room is acting like that, I would just tell you, just, respectfully bow out, because nothing's going to be done at that point. It's for the sole purposes of viewership and a pat on the back. Because after she did all of that, what solutions did she have?
Right.
So
it was never about no solutions with her. That was the thing. See, I found her from the video she did with Saint in the Center.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the thing is this. My purpose of going there was because I knew that the vast majority of the guys that was gonna be on her panel was pretty much gonna be simps.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it a buck. I mean, she's a pretty lady.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And what happened after our conversation when she let two more guys on? Simps. Couldn't even understand what they were saying. And I don't mean to be talking. I don't mean to talk down on the brothers, but like our conversation on that channel is what made that stream. You see what I'm saying? Of course, she wasn't going to leave that up because she knew she lost that argument. She knew she got overly emotional, and she knew that at the end of the day, she couldn't defeat the fact that she had, what was it, four black men on her panel. I don't know about you brothers, but I don't have any kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got kids. I'm married. I got kids.
Say that again, youngster.
Yeah, I got kids. I got kids. I got grandkids.
But there you go. See, I mean, at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, that she couldn't defeat us with her argument because her argument wasn't going towards us. And it just proved a point to her that, like, yo, while you out here stereotyping us, that stereotype does not fall for all of us. You know what I'm saying? Like,
it's a loud minority, actually. So, and it's not even. Let me put it to you like this, right? Let me put it to you like this. Even with those guys over there, right? Their auspices is that they're the educated lames, the Pookies, the Ray Rays, and whatever, right? You know what I mean? Like, that whole 6-figure man argument, we could throw that in the trash, go dunk that. But you can't be a 6-figure man and then turn around and still be a street dude, right? So you gotta pick your poison at a certain, unless, you know what I mean, because there's no more Freeway Rick Rosses running around, especially when snitching is a championship sport nowadays, right? So it ain't like it was back in the day. So with that being said, is I don't go on panels with women, especially with women, and debate them. I'm not there to debate them. I'm never there to debate them. I'm not even there to debate them. I don't look to debate them. I'm there for the conversation and hearing what they have to say. And if once I understand that the conversation is not going to be constructive, what I do is I just listen, because what they want to do is they want to vent and push their point. I don't even brush against because what it wanted to be is I'm not them guys. What do you mean? And then you got to sit up there and prove to a perfect stranger on the internet what you are. And it doesn't matter because the goalposts keep getting moved. She's going to keep pulling the footballs so you can't kick it, Charlie Brown. That's all it's going to be. And that's what she was trying to do. Even with me, when I got off, she was trying to move the goalposts and trying to twist my words. And at that point in time, I actually got fed up with it. And I actually constructively put her in her place. Now, those guys that you were talking about, they were Jamaican. One dude was Jamaican, and one dude was, I guess he was somewhere in the West Indies, or he was West African, right? But they actually, because I'm around a lot of Jamaicans, and you know what I'm saying, I'm half Haitian myself. I myself could understand them because I traveled, so I understand. They were actually agreeing with everything that we said.
Yeah.
She took it because of what? That's what she likes. That's the thing that a lot of guys don't understand. It's the delivery, but it's who delivering the message. When she was up there with Saint the Sinner, she was agreeing. She didn't act as wildly as she was acting, because I thought it was just okay. She wasn't on her panel, right? She wasn't on her space. But when those guys came up there, her whole energy changed. She knew who those guys were, and they were saying the exact same thing that we were saying. It was just that is the auspices of the octave in which she wanted to come out, because that is the man who she truly admires and she wants. So she's not up there for anything else but to vent her frustration against men. That's it. That's it. And the conversation was over. That's why I kept saying, I'm going to direct this to the men. Here's the solution. Let's talk men. And she didn't like it.
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing about it is like, I mean, because it was funny how everything just played out. Because I remember even when you popped on there or whatever, I remember at a certain point in time when I did bring up the money aspect, right? Mm-hmm. She said it's not about money, but told another man on that other panel that a woman shouldn't submit to him because he doesn't make enough money, right? Mm-hmm. Now, if you can remember, I asked her a question. I said, so what are black women willing to submit to? She said leaders. But then you told this other man that a woman shouldn't submit to him because he doesn't make enough money. You see what I'm saying? It just plays into the delusional aspect that not just her as a woman, but anybody who just had, even with the MGTOW guys, or anybody that just has this hatred in their mind and in their heart. Like you gotta let that hate go. You know what I'm saying? Because if you don't, you're gonna start becoming delusional. You know what I'm saying? And your talking points, you're not gonna make any sense. Because I mean, from off top, man, ain't nobody perfect. Like, we all got flaws. We all got to work on ourselves. We all got to improve. So the thing is that end of the day, when you just out there putting out all that hatred, that's what you're gonna get back in real life. I mean, with some of the guys that I used to follow, they would tell stories about, how because of the content they put out there, they've been having people trying to, get them fired from their jobs. They've been getting, they would get death threats. It would be situations where they would be trying to open up a bank account, and then the bank would be like, nah, we're not trying to do business with you. And it's just like, I mean, what do you expect? You put that hatred out there, you're going to get it back. Instead of trying to look for solutions. You see what I'm saying? You want to come, if you want to build something, you got to come with solutions. You can't come there with talking points that don't make no kind of sense, and that's pretty much just putting everything in the circle. Okay, if that's the problem, we hear you, sis, but what's the solution? But when you give a solution, you have to acknowledge that from the other side, there has to be some type of accountability aspect, which is what the sister Alyssa was bringing to the table. You see what I'm saying? Because she said, like she quoted, hey, black women need to, do a better job with who they open they, that's all she said, who they open their legs up to. Oh, she just got so offended. Right. And at the end of the day, struck a nerve. Like I said, we all could have came with that same basic argument. And it just could have been a big argument. You know what I'm saying?
It was like I said, and this is just me, I'm a man, right? So the only thing that I can talk about agency is, from that perspective, is at the end of the day, it's the men of the community, right? And who keeps a woman's chastity in check? It's men. The community of men keeps a woman's chastity in check. And the reason why is this apparent? Okay, did women stop having sex since the beginning of time? No. Why was the term shotgun weddings? Well, there was this term shotgun weddings because, yes, as a man, we men, we gonna say, until we get to an age of understanding, we gonna say whatever we want to say to get in them draws. We gonna lie, cheat, steal, do whatever we can to get in the draw. We gonna go in debt for the draws. We gonna do whatever because it's a biological thing, right? Now, it's the men in the community that teaches us to have that control because we look at examples. And when those examples are not there, then you just got men running wild and acting crazy, right?
Right.
But the way that we keep the chastity, and what I mean, we outside, right? Because we are the outside influence of the community because we oppose the environment. We lay the environment down. The women see the men are keeping the chastity. Then the women hold the other women responsible by their examples of saying, hey, no, you don't go out there and do that. You are a lady. It's disrespectful for you to do X, Y, and Z because this is how the men treat it. Like when men started looking at women in a certain way, and this is trickle down, and you can see in the generations how it worked, right, is what enabled it, right? When there's a reason in the 60s, the mini skirt came out, right? Before, women used to wear long skirts. When women started putting on mini skirts, it was the men that enabled that behavior by broadcasting, putting it on. This is the new fashion. This is this. So what are women going to do? I need to attract the man, so I'm going to start wearing mini skirts, right? Then you get what my brother Cerulean Grey says, the sex, love, and rock and roll era, right? And drugs, right? So you get the 60s, 65, the free love 70s. It was men that initiated that era of sexual, just running around and whatever, multiple partners and doing whatever you're going to do, right? It was the men that put that environment into place. So of course the women are going to teach that environment to other women, right? Now, and I give you, and you know what I'm saying, and this is, I was bringing this up to you, brothers, about a solution, right? Right? This is something that our esteemed brother Cerulean Grey came up with brother Charles Faulkner, but he dubbed it. It was the Grey Faulkner Initiative, but it got bigger than that. So he removed their names off of it, but he called it the Initiative. Okay, this is on his website, and he does more geopolitical breakdowns and policies and things of that nature. So you understand on a social dynamic level how the reason why Black people are the way they are across the board is because of policy, right? He just dropped a video breaking down in 6 minutes, simplifying it in 6 minutes, just a day or so yesterday, I think, about debunking the single mother argument, that single mothers don't even make up less than 8% of the Black community.
Wow.
Right? Debunking the whole argument. And you know what I'm saying? And if the mods have that, please drop that in the chat. For the people in the clouds that haven't seen it, please drop that in the chat. But this is the initiative. I'm going to just do a little brief thing, right? And what you brothers are doing, you know what I'm saying? You brothers are actually doing it. You just don't know that you're doing it. And I think from your generation, what you're basically saying is, like, you're doing it, but you don't know you don't know why you're doing it, but you want to know why you're doing it. You want to have a kind of like a semi roadmap of how to streamline what you're doing, right? So the initiative here, right? And this is, you know what I'm saying, this is broken down. Labor, education, economics, right? Law, politics, and military. And then government's at the center. On the outside of that is religion, entertainment, and sex. This is at the bottom for a reason, right? Okay, these are the things that we focus on as Black people, but they're not helping us, right? Religion, entertainment, and sex, right? Sex sells, and that goes into the entertainment category, right? And we're breaking ourselves down by sex and gender. Right, we're at each other's throat because the Black men don't do this, the Black women don't do that, and nobody's submitting to each other, and blah 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 blah. And it's the chicken or the egg argument, and we're not getting anywhere as Black folk, right? We're worried about who's having sex with who, who's married with who, who's dating who, and that don't mean a damn hill of beans with nobody, right? Because a white man can sit up that white man that murdered George Floyd, his wife was Asian, right?
Mm.
So was he less racist because his wife wasn't white?
Crazy.
You know what I'm saying? So that just dispute the argument. Can you not be pro your people because you married to someone of a different culture or race?
Right.
That just debunks that whole argument, right? That debunks that. Like the guy, what's the guy? He was a Proud Boy, and his wife is black, right? Racist Proud Boy, right? Whatever. Q on his wife was black. Yeah, they showed him black. He got a mixed baby and everything. That doesn't make him less racist.
Wow.
It doesn't make him less whatever. So how can you not be for your people? And what my esteemed brother Cerulean says, it's not who you screw, is what you do for your community. People don't understand that James Earl Jones and Harry Belafonte, they did a lot of bailing out, paying lawyer fees and bail fees of civil rights leaders, but their wives were white.
Or
right?
Yeah.
People don't know. Cornel West. You know what I'm saying? We all know who Cornel West is if you're into the conscious community and pro-black and whatever.
Didn't Frederick Douglass have a white wife?
Yep, his wife is white too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like you can't, but it's what you do for your community. But I'm not, but the people that do this, they're less than 5% of the whole total population of black people. So
right.
what that means is we need to concentrate on labor, getting a trade, education, economics, right? Like what you brothers are doing. Law. We need to understand the law. We need not to be afraid to understand and actually use the legal system, right? Do you know showing up to the court with a lawyer, just showing up to the court with a lawyer has you a higher percent chance of getting the case thrown out if it's a misdemeanor?
Wow.
Showing up, you show up with a public defender, you going to jail. You're going to do whatever they telling you to do because he's trying to be a prosecutor. He's not trying to defend you. Paying a retainer fee to a lawyer will keep your butt out of jail, right? Having a lawyer, but understanding the law and understanding your rights and understanding to play the long game and not the short game. Politics, understanding that the presidential election is not the time for you to all of a sudden get political. You need to be political in the primaries. Your state, your city council has more effect on your daily life than the president of the United States has. The state legislation, those people will allocate funds to your community and get you those grants and get you those programs that you need in your community, right? Military, if you don't have anything going on, far as you don't have a structure where you got family that can support you financially to go to that next level of education or whatever's going on, and you are able-bodied man going into the military, picking the right job, get you instant training that you don't got to pay for. You ain't got to pay for college, and you get on-the-job training. So when you come out of the military, because you don't need to be there for a long period of time. If you choose to be there, be there. If not, but what it does teach you is to teach you how to defend yourself. One, teach you survivability, and it vets you. So then you have some type of security clearance or vetting. So when you come out of it, you got college taken care of, and you learn financial responsibility. Plus, at the same time, you ain't in the hole debt-wise. Military experience on a resume goes way farther because they got a lot of veteran acts. Matter of fact, 4 years in 18, if you do 4 years in the military and you do 4 years in college, right? You'll be 22 years of old at 18, right? You come out, when you was in, you did your little college studies while you was in the military, your military experience, and your job actually counts towards college credits. So when you get out, you can knock out your associates, bachelor's, or if you was going hard in the paint the whole time, you can probably actually start going for your master's with a GI Bill that pays you money when you get out. You don't pay for college. The college pays for itself because you paid for it with your military service beforehand. See that? See, a lot of people don't know that, right? But military, and that also includes the police department, because we need black people in the police department. You want police stop going upside your head, We need black people in the police department policing our own neighborhoods, right? Because Asians got their own police in their own neighborhoods policing them. That's why you don't hear too much. They do as much dirt as we do, or even more so. When you think of human trafficking, when you out watch a movie, it's always in Chinatown somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Does anybody want to call that out? Like the biggest human traffickers that they always push is always Asian people, but no one bat an eyelash, right? Do Tyrone own a massage parlor?
Nah.
No, for real, right? Whenever you get to a certain, think about this, right? Whenever you get to a certain level of drugs, right? Even with ghosts, right? And we talk about power. He had to get the money from a dude from South America. He had to get the drugs from South America, right? He wasn't growing no cocaine and no heroin in the backyard of New York somewhere.
Right.
Where did it come from? Did he have a plane? He didn't have a plane to fly that in, right? Or you got to go down to Chinatown and talk to Mr. Lou, right? Remember Frank, you know what I'm saying? Like the last black person to do that was Frank Lucas. Period. But he used what? The military to do it. And they was in on it. You know what I mean? This is what I'm saying is this, right? There's levels to this. And we need to understand how these mechanisms work. Religion. You can tell how bad a neighborhood is in the United States of America by how many different churches are in that neighborhood per square block. Well-to-do neighborhoods got one church, one mosque. If you got multiple churches, multiple mosques, then that means most churches have 300 people in them. Guess what? We all know 80% of the people that attend churches in the black community are black women. Right? They go to church. If 80% different generations of black women go to this church and they're paying the pastor his money, right? They're supporting it, but the community is failing, then that church don't need to be there, right?
Got a good point.
Where's that money going? I sat down and did a study. If you pay 10% of what you make, most people make $2,500 a month. You pay 10% of $2,500, that's $250. Times that by 150 people in a storefront congregation with 5 churches, times that by 24 months. How much money is that in the black community?
Crazy.
That's crazy, right? Just me saying that whole equation, that's money right there for the taking. So those churches, if they ain't helping the community, they don't. Do you know churches don't pay taxes? They don't pay taxes.
Barely to any taxes.
They don't pay none at all. At all. They don't pay taxes. So that money, so where's that money going? If they're a nonprofit organization, then that profit needs to be spilled over into the community.
Right.
Where are they going? Where is it going? I'm not saying all churches. I'm just saying the ones that are not doing for the community. Right? So entertainment, like you said, sports is entertainment. The only thing we can do is what? Drugs is entertainment because you're entertaining yourself. Right? Sports is entertainment. Right? Music is entertainment. Why are we focusing on these areas, but they're not getting us anywhere? Sex, entertainment, religion is not getting us anywhere.
Right.
Right? They have a role, like this is entertainment right now. Right? We're educating, but to educate someone, it has to be entertainment. You have to entertain them to keep their attention. So media is entertainment. Black people need to be on the right side of the media. Right? They need to be talking heads and saying certain things and getting in front of places. If you have not noticed, there have been a push to push black people in front of the camera being talking heads, right?
Yeah.
But they are the top 1 to 10% because they're not going up there just being smart in front of the camera. They're not entertaining. They got to do extra, right? I watch Undisputed. If you're in sports, you ever watch that show with Shannon Sharp and Skip Bayless?
I'm not familiar with it.
So Shannon Sharp, he used to be a tight end. He's a Hall of Famer. He comes up there dressed to the 9 all the time. Skip Bayless, he comes in there pretty dressed, but he's, just dressed, just regular, right? Shannon Sharp come up there like he's about to go preach at like a TD Jakes super church convention. I'm talking about dressed to the nine. I'm talking about you can hair cut. I'm like, whatever. He's articulating himself, but he's funny. He's interactive. Everyone comes to that show for Shannon Sharp. They don't really come to there for Skip Bayless. But you know who's the guy that runs that show? It's Skip Bayless because it's his show. See the difference? I don't have to put on because I own it. This is my show. He's got to put on because he's the black guy. So by doing this, right, when we look at these sectors, getting in the police, the military, getting into the fire department, paramedics, any of that infrastructure, this is all infrastructure. This is all state-funded infrastructure. This is the initiative, right? This is how we get in, and then we share this. We get into economics, how to invest our money. Here's another thing. We need to stop doing this whole black-owned, we just invested in things because it's black-owned business, right? I'm of the mindset. I am a businessman that happens to be black.
Yeah.
Right? And we have to understand that quality control and pricing is all a part of your business being successful as black folk, of you owning it, right? And you should hire who you need to hire, fire who you need to fire, giving preference to black people, but their performance need to be up to par. And you can't make no mistakes. And sometimes you don't need to let them know that you own the business to get in these other neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? Why am I going to try to put a boutique that costs $300, $400, $500 in this neighborhood where I know the median income in this neighborhood is $2,000, where across town I can put this boutique in there where the median income in that per month is $8,000 to $10,000. No one puts boutiques and high-priced stuff in certain places. We as black people need to be smarter. We need to be able to go into any neighborhood we see fit to put our businesses in to get that money back into the community.
Right.
That's basically it. It makes more sense, right? And I'm not saying this to you guys. I'm just speaking in total, in general, right? Yeah. But there is a roadmap that can be added to, because this is a work in progress. This is not like here's a plan, this is the end all and be all. No, this is something that we know that has worked, because we're not talking about us. We're talking about we looking at different communities. This same initiative was done by all the other immigrants and the minorities that are in America,
right? And
throughout history. This has been done time and time again. Let's talk about, I don't use the J word on my show because they can shut you down because they own all the media, right? So if we know, you know what I'm talking about, right? So we call them the small hats and the pointy hats, right? So the small hats, they own all the media, right? They own all the entertainment, right?
Right.
They own the banking system, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they own the politics. Is that not correct?
Yeah.
Aren't there less of them than any other minority group in America?
It makes sense. So what you're saying with this plan?
Oh, it's an initiative. It's not a plan. It's an initiative. Yeah. It's just yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a, and the thing about an initiative, what it is it's to initiate movement.
Right.
Right. It's a plan is you sit up there, you think about it, right? And then you get it together, and then y'all go do it. This initiative is that anybody can do it individually by themselves.
Regardless of the race.
Regardless of the race. But especially black. It's pointed at black folk because, like you said, you brothers, this information is not available. No one's sitting up here talking about this. Whenever you get a group of men together, they're talking about anything but something like this from my generation. But there are brothers out here that are talking about it. And when they do talk about it, it's at a level that is incomprehensible. Not that you don't understand it, it's that you practically can't put it into practice because they talk about group economics. But for me to help you with group economics, I can't individually help myself with individual economics. So how am I gonna help the group? Right. This is you individually helping yourself, and by you individually helping yourself, you help the collective. And that's why it's called initiative. You can initiate this on your own.
Right. I remember you talking like at the other panel, on Annalicia's panel, and you were talking about like how basically if Black people were to infiltrate, like the police or the fire departments, just different parts of like, I don't know how, like the way you said it, like it made sense. It made a lot of sense. Like in the political landscape and all these other places that that people have power and that they have a lot of say so. Like if Black people were to infiltrate those areas, then we could essentially help the community as a whole.
Well, here's a question that I want to ask you guys, right? Because we always use that word infiltrate, right? Infiltrate means you're an outside occupying force trying to take over. I don't like using that word for the simple fact of the matter is, so I'm going to ask you guys, do you see yourself as men first?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see yourself as American citizens next?
Dude, I mean, I would, yeah. I mean, I was born in America, right? So.
Okay. Do you understand? Go ahead, serious.
My bad, man. My phone was tripping, but I agree with I'm saying yes to everything that you're saying.
Okay. So and the reason why I say this is because we as Black people, we don't see ourselves as Americans, right? We don't, as men, we don't see ourselves as men. We see ourselves as Black men, right?
Yeah.
When I say man, right? If I say men on a panel, we ain't talking about white men. You heard that from her, right? We ain't talking about white women. We talking about Black women. If I say women and men, y'all are included. I'm not excluding Black men or Black women when I say men or women. You are included. Matter of fact, you're the first ones that I'm talking about, right? But the subversion tactic of the mindset that you even putting Black in front of man first or Black in front of woman has already separated you and subverted you into marginalizing yourself as not even seeing yourself as the basic structure of who you are in that standpoint in society as a man and a woman. Right? So then we go to a step further. Do you see yourself as American? Right? See, when you think of an American, the first thing in your mind is a white person.
Yeah.
Right?
That's true.
You don't see yourself, even though Black people, your forefathers were the building blocks and the foundation with their blood, sweat, and tears on America, right? You don't even see yourself as American. An immigrant that gets naturalized as a citizen feels more American than the normal Black American. That doesn't mean they're getting treated better. It's just that they feel more pride in themselves as being American, getting naturalized, right? So if you don't feel that you are American, why would you actually try to fight for your rights to be one? You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
No,
you good.
Yeah.
I agree. That's the reason why I said, like, we got to get out of a habit of wanting to just be just workers, in a sense of just going out here to get jobs, to want to support other people's dreams, particularly other groups of people dreams. And we need to get more skilled. You know what I'm saying? because that right there can, if we bring that back to our community, and then we're teaching each other different skills, like how they do in other communities, that places us in a position where
Even
we can
playing.
start building for ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So I mean, that's just how I look at it. I mean, because I mean, he right. I mean, I am American. I mean, this is my country. You know what I'm saying? This is where I'm from. You know what I'm saying? And skills give back to society. You know, having a job is, being a slave to society. And in a sense, yeah, I still work a job or whatever, but I'm getting paid for the knowledge that I acquire. Whereas, if you go and just get a job at a warehouse or a grocery store, not to, put those people down, but
Mhm.
you can't expect to get paid anything because you have no real skills. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, if it's easy, then everybody is doing it. You know what I'm saying? If it is easy, then everybody gonna do it. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? The stuff that's hard, the stuff that's challenging, the stuff that that comes with, you having to put in that extra effort and that hard work. A lot of people not trying to do that. That you have to take an
Mhm.
initiative on. A lot of people not trying to do that. And that's what you want to do because that's what can separate you and put you in a position of power out here.
Yeah. I'm like, Ronnie, you got, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all got the floor, man. Like,
Oh no, I agree
yeah,
with him. I
yeah.
definitely agree with him. Like, like if we were to, learn more skills and you know, put that into, I guess, the next generation or my generation or,
Mhm.
you know, people that look like us, it's just gonna be an even playing field. Like it wouldn't be a reason for us not to, thrive if we knew the exact, same things that they knew, or if we knew uh like what he was saying. Like it
Mhm.
just would make sense.
Yeah. Greetings, my esteemed brethren, Cerulean Grey, and this is actually the author of the initiative. So I wanted to have the brother up here. He's a fellow serviceman, same area, you know, you know what I'm saying. So greetings, esteemed brother.
Greetings, esteemed brethren, Drizzy,
What's
and
going on?
greeting to you, young esteemed brethren. You two young men are also in Japan.
Oh no, we're in America. Well, uh, yeah, I'm in America. He's in America.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm in America.
yeah, yeah. Understand? Yeah, I met them on the the sister that was on the Satan the Sinners panel. That the one that we saw. She had her own panel. She had these young men up there, and they
Was
were
he there?
trying to give. No, he wasn't there.
He wasn't
Yeah, he was there, but he wasn't
there.
there.
I was there in
So
spirit.
yeah, he's there in spirit. So we were talking about some solutions, and that wasn't the time and the place for having a manly discussion about such solutions. So I figured that, um, that I would offer my panel up so we can have the discussion without the distractions.
Well, yeah, when we first started, working on the initiative, that's why it's called the initiative. Is because it takes initiative.
Right.
An initiative is meant to go directly from uh, planning into action. Um, it had to be written in a way in which all of the guesswork that you would typically see with like an individual plan, where you have all of this planning and guesswork and theory, where we just basically take history, one Black American history. Well, I would say just American history in general. Is
Right.
our time here. That's who we are, and what has worked for the Black community in the past. And it's always the same thing, and it requires institutional power, which is what the initiative is designed for. It's designed for the institutional side of power, which actually does take a lot of responsibility. And, which if you hear in certain circles, you hear a lot of advocation for dodging or getting away from responsibility, but it actually takes, power is a very fickle thing. It's not a monopoly. It has an ebb and flow. And as you can see, in recent times, and right now, you're seeing it up for grabs all over the place. And
Right.
if you know where to look, you can find yourself in those streams. I know I see my esteemed brother Dre here. He's tapped into the stream, and there's many brothers that tapped to the stream. So this thing basically grew, beyond its authors.
Yeah.
Like I just take my name off of it because it's for the community. And so, where we at? We have law, or rather, law and law enforcement kind of go hand in hand. Military, education, politics, labor, right? When you measure these things up against, say, take for instance, fiscal year budgets, every single year, U.S. government comes out with one. When you look at where they spend their money, it's always in these institutions. And these institutions come with subsidiaries that manage these funds. More times than not, you'll find them in the states, right? In the individual states. That's why we mentioned in the politics part that your local mayor, governor, et cetera, is going to have more of an impact on you than, say, a president of the United States, right?
Yeah.
So instead of looking at the president, you need to be looking at the gubernatorial and organizing around that, as opposed to, some president, because who is the president really looking to? I mean, when the president is going on a campaign, who is he really looking to?
Right.
He's not looking to Capitol Hill. He's going to the states. As you've seen with this latest election, Joe Biden. Whether you like it or not, he's whatever. It really isn't going to mean a hell of a beans to anybody, really. But if you look at how he won with, he used the same strategy as Barack Obama. Why would I try to appeal to, a mass populace, right, when I could go directly to the largest cities in the country?
Mm-hmm.
I could go to the largest cities in the country and win by virtue that whenever you look at representatives that are in the House or in the Senate, how were they selected? Well, senators, there's only 2 of them, right, per state.
Right.
Yeah.
But
a lot of reps.
when you look at the House, right, you look at Congress, what are you really looking at? These people are chosen from districts within the state, and how were they determined? Based on populations.
Mm-hmm.
So you look at, take for instance, the state of Illinois. Chicago has more people in it than the rest of the state. Same here, where I'm at in the Twin Cities. There's more people in the Twin Cities than there is in the rest of the state of Minnesota.
Yeah.
If I go to New York, right, there's three cities in New York have more people in it than the rest of New York.
That's fact.
People don't know that. People don't understand. They just think of New York as New York City. They don't understand that it's. And Cerulean, I wanted to go through these objectives real quick and just read them out, right? Mm-hmm. So they understand, you know, the thought that went into this. You know, I know the brothers here, they grasp it, but for the people in the clouds that are watching and stuff like that, the objectives of the initiatives are increase the amount of opportunities available to young Black American males, correcting the severe underrepresentation and misrepresentation and lack of institutional positioning of Black American citizens, to improve the condition and quality of family life, security, and direction of young Black American youth. That's number 3. Number 4, to incite and inspire cultural change in the Black American community as it pertains to the way we perceive various American institutions and influence a change in the Black American community's aversion to them. Number 5. Oh, yeah.
We've always, you know, Black American community, we've always had an aversion to American institutions. You know, the way I look at racism is, you know, basically it's just a tool that is used to make Black people look at institutions as adversarial.
Right.
And really this comes from the fear that white people, but specifically white males, have of losing said institution. Like, you know, I've literally watched over the last 4 years that we've been talking about this. I've literally watched the demographics of the military change, where now you have, you know, Black women are like half of the women that are in the military. And now Black males are being overtaken by, you know, Latin American or Hispanic males, which is a problem. And the reason why that's a problem is because Hispanic males identify as white. But the last thing that you want is for white males to, you know, re-monopolize the military, to re-monopolize the power structure in the military. You know, if you look at the events of January 6th, how do we know this this initiative is tried and true? If you look at January 6th, the attack on the Capitol, what did they find? They found you know, guys there that identified with white nationalists that, you know, were what? They were police officers, they were senators, they were firefighters,
military, you know, active, retired.
Some of them were active, some of them were retired, some of them, you know, recently got out.
Yeah, because I think the report was what out of every 5 rioters on the Capitol were military. 1 out of every 5 were military.
Were either military
or prior military.
Or prior military.
That's not good at all.
There's not, but the woman that got shot, she was prior Air Force. The one that got killed, she was prior Air Force. Her husband was prior military. The guy that was running around on the Capitol floor with the zip tie guy, he was an officer in the Air Force. Wow. Like if you start looking at all these prominent people that they pulled up and yanked up, they were officers of the law, they were firefighters, they were military active, they were prior military. They even had to start a sponging National Guard. Because
ain't that something?
Yeah. Because so it works. Like how are these white dudes doing this, and why are they so organized the way they are? Because they are prior military. Why are they prior military? Because that's how you get training. Military training. If you get military training, there's really nothing, like they would have to bring in SWAT, because SWAT is military trained to deal with you. You can defend because military teaches you how to defend, how to attack, how to strategically move, how to blend in certain places, how to move certain ways. You have knowledge about things that other people don't have knowledge of. So if you take 200 young Black boys, supple minds, and you give them that type of training, right? And they're getting paid, they will be a force to reckon with. Just that alone.
Well, I mean, to give you an example, you look at Micah Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, one brother with a long gun, right?
Oh yeah, the DC sniper.
I remember him.
Yeah, he taught his nephew. He taught his nephew how to shoot.
Hey, it's the same with that brother that shot up all those officers out here in Dallas. He was ex-military.
Was it Chris Joyner or was that
Chris Dorner? California.
The other brother, yeah, I remember they tried to pin him down. He was an ex-Marine.
Yeah, the ex-Marine. Yeah, he was the one that where he blew him up with a drone, right?
Yeah, they blew him up with a drone. Like
what are they really afraid of? They're afraid of having 1,000 of you niggas like that in one place.
Yeah, no, I'm like, well, think about it like this, just in a nutshell. Think about it. They took the Black Panthers out first. Most of the Black Panthers that made up the Black Panther Party were prior military from Vietnam. They took them out first. Then they took Malcolm out. Then they came after Martin last. Right? Think about it. If they would have took Martin out first, Malcolm would have been the face, and then every black person in America would have been arming up. Every old veteran that just came out of Vietnam would have been arming up, and they would have had a problem on their hands they were not ready for. So what you do is, how do you take people down? You defang, you take away their weapons first. This is the first strategy in warfare. You attack the men that's going to attack the village. You overrun the village. Women and children first, then the elderly, never the men. You take out the Black Panthers first, right? Because a lot of the reason they couldn't be beaten on people as much as they did is because the Black Panthers were around.
Right.
They took them out first. Then they had, Malcolm, the splinter in the Nation of Islam. They took Malcolm, because Malcolm was actually separating themselves. Like, they was separate, but he was coming up with his own movement, and they were going to build something ridiculous. So Malcolm was next, but they had his own people do that. So it looked like it was an internal squabble between the Nation of Islam, but it wasn't, right? And then Martin basically got killed. But all those that were sitting on that balcony.
Wasn't he talking about reparations? He was talking about reparations before.
He was talking about a lot of things, but it was the Civil Rights Act and stuff like that. But they took Martin out, right? Basically because all of those, you notice every last one of those people that was sitting on that balcony when Martin got assassinated, they all gained from it. Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson. They all gained from it. The Rainbow Coalition was formed after Martin was taken out. They basically traded black people up for doggy biscuits, for butter biscuits.
I mean, that's facts, and that history right there is important. I don't understand how people can disregard that, because the thing is that had that, let's say that hypothetically speaking, had that would have kept going. Let's say that Martin never gets murdered, Malcolm X never get murdered, and never shut down the Black Panthers. What would that be today? You see what I'm saying? What would we be today? See, they knew that they had to stop that back then because that was going to build some kind of power structure within our community. So when you have people who don't take that type of history serious and they try to look at us like, y'all not doing nothing, y'all not building nothing. And I remember on that panel, her saying, you can't be going off of history, or you can't be making excuses about them shutting down everything that y'all try. I mean, these are facts. This is what history has shown.
Anybody that tells me that, understand that they're not even looking at themselves as an American either. So, like, when you really understand, the history of the Black American, one is it always should be from the standpoint is that because of the Black American, this country is a first world power. superpower. And it has maintained that position because of the Black American. Nobody else. During World War II, they went to the small hat community. They went to the German migrant community. They went to the Irish community. Do you know what they wanted? They were dodging the draft. Say, look, we're not going to fight America's war in Germany unless we get accepted into this thing called whiteness. That's why you look before World War II, Irish were what? They were pushed where? Into the ghettos. The Jews or small hazard, where were they pushed to? They were pushed to the ghettos. Same with the Italians, German, and the Polish, and that's what sparked a lot of those Eastern European wars in places like Chicago, in places like New York City, right? And then what happened? They get acceptance into this thing called whiteness. And what happened during this thing called whiteness? Well, in the midst of World War II, there was being built out through the Department of Public Housing what we now know as the projects. Which one of the most famous ones is a place formerly called Cabrini Greens in Chicago, Illinois. That was built by the Army Corps of Engineers to house the white middle class in Chicago. Why? And the reason they did that is because they allowed them to be white. And whenever they allowed them to be white, they literally gave them these, basically money, relocation assistance to move into these public housing projects that was built by Army Corps of Engineers as a part of their promise. And that's why you see a lot of immigrants, especially from Eastern Europe, coming around that time. And they talk about how they came here with nothing. In some cases, that may be true. In most cases, it wasn't. But even when they came here with nothing, they came here for something. Because best believe they got handouts when they got here. And it wasn't any of the heroics of your Eastern European immigrants. It wasn't the heroics of the Irish immigrants. It wasn't the heroics of the German immigrants that were here, that were fighting against their own German brethren, probably a generation or two removed. No, it was the heroics of the Black soldiers. One in particular, known as the 761st Tank Battalion. With the 761st Tank Battalion, they were known as the Black Panthers. That is where the actual Freedom Party was formed out of, because many of them fought with the 761st Tank Battalion. One of the most prominent ones actually became one of our most famous pro baseball players. They did a movie on him called 42.
Yep.
I had no idea about all this.
Yeah, Jackie Robinson. Yeah, he's part of
the Black Panther. They got that. That was the name of their tank battalion, the 761st Mobile Tank Infantry. They highly decorated, the most decorated tank battalion over the course of World War II.
That's crazy.
Even if you go all the way back, the Harlem Hellfighters, all black, paratroopers, straight amphibious warfighters. Those were black men. See, back in the day, early 1900s, black people were very proud of our veterans. So back in I know my grandfather's time, when he came back from World War II, I remember him telling me that the community held the parade. What they celebrate today is Veterans Day. That started with black folk. What started as Labor Day, that started with black folk. It was the heroics of the black man and the black woman in World War II. The 6888, they were the male battalion, all female, all black male battalion. You were living, in a high stress area in Europe, in and out of the battle zone to deliver mail to soldiers on the front line. So when I hear people say, "Well, you can't use history," what they're telling me, or what they're telling you, is that they don't even see themselves as American. It robs you of your Americanness. And that is that part of that aversion to the American institutions that we can continue to talk about. We have this aversion to Americanness.
Now, I want to bring something, what the brother Cerulean said, and the brother Ronnie, he was telling me he he might have to step off very shortly, and I want to just thank him for being here. And we having this conversation. We definitely have to do a part 2 to this conversation. Saying a later date so we can get everybody up here, because I like how you brothers expounded, and I want to get to the crux of what you expect from us, because there's a lot of our generation and older, we do a lot of demanding on your generation, but we're not hearing what you have to say about what you expect from us from leadership. And I want to get to that part of that. Because it's Black History Month and stuff like that, we still have to give reverence. Now, this happened back during Hurricane Katrina, right? We all know when Hurricane Katrina went down, right? Right. And it says on September 1st, 3 days after Hurricane Katrina popped off, right? I've been seeing this, like running around social media and stuff like that. 20-year-old Jabari Gibson took a Orleans per school bus and transported 70 people on a 13-hour trip to the Astrodome in Houston, since the government would not. His bus was the first to arrive. Wow. This young man, now look, those are white folk in there. There's a white woman holding a Black kid. There's a Black man right there. This is a Black man helping his community. Listen.
I can guarantee you what was going through that young man's mind was not whether or not his friends were going to call him a simp. I can guarantee you what was going through that young man's mind was not whether or not, he was going to be ridiculed, right?
Right.
And this goes with the brother Serious Game was talking about. And what he was talking about is who taught this brother how to drive the school bus. Because you need a CDL, to drive a school bus.
That's facts.
Wow.
So he must have been working as a school bus driver, because he took the bus. Like, who thinks of taking the bus? He just took the bus and he did it. He didn't care about getting anything. He didn't care about being the talk of the town. He just did what was right because the government would not send anybody. And so you can't tell me that Black people, Black men, this is a young Black man. This 20 years ago, I remember Hurricane Katrina. I was in the military. It was 2005 this happened. Was this not right, Cerulean?
Yeah.
Like 2000. This 2005. I was about to be getting out. So if this young man was 20, he's a millennial. He's taking charge and he's getting it done. He's the one driving. So that means if those white folk are jumping on that bus with that man, they don't care what you look like when stuff hit the fan. The problem is with us Black folk in my generation and the older generation is we are too happy with pats on the back instead of keeping their feet to the fire like every other minority group. And what I want the younger generation to understand is don't do our mistakes. Just because you make a little headway, keep putting their feet to the fire. You know what I'm saying? Don't let up. Don't let up off their neck. Just like that white cop didn't let off of George Floyd's neck, don't let up off their neck. You know what I'm saying? No matter what's going on. And I definitely want to continue to have this conversation. I'm glad you brothers was here. You came. We gotta schedule this again. This was great. Share the stream. We won't keep it up. I keep my streams up because we don't. You know what I'm saying. Share the stream. I like to break the brother Serious Game for being here. I like to thank the brother Ronnie Creates, man. Man, be successful in everything that you do. I'm gonna leave the floor. I'm gonna leave the floor to each one of y'all, so y'all can get y'all final thoughts in. And we'll definitely reconvene at another time. And I like all the, what I'm saying, the esteemed brother and the commander of the regime is here. Cerulean Grey is here. I always like to thank this brother for being here. But I'm gonna let the young lions get their final thoughts in. If you don't mind there.
All I gotta say, man, this is a great conversation. I'm glad, man, that you made me a part of it. It's motivating. You know what I'm saying? It's motivating. I mean, we got to do this. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is the information age. We got to connect. We are from different places. I mean, we pretty much came in contact just from, one panel. But, how the law of conservation works is, energy can't be, created nor destroyed. It can only be converted. And this is what that conversation has converted into. And I like where this is going. So I'm going to just keep competing out here doing what I got to do. And hopefully this can go into us actually building something and then expand on what we building. I mean, a conversation, though, that this is a good start, man.
Right.
Ronnie, you next?
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say, like, this is really educational. I feel like y'all should have been my teachers, honestly. But, I just feel like, it's really been a good conversation. And I feel like I took a lot away from this conversation and a lot of things that I didn't know that like my eyes are open. And then the fact that I'm even here, like I was saying in the chat, I said, like, kids my age or, kids in like this generation, I'm not worried about like, initiating things or, you know what I'm saying? Like, or taking action. I feel like personally, like, people that I know at school, like, they're not worried about that. They're not like, they're thinking about them. They're not thinking about, like the community overall. And, I mean, yeah, it starts with you, but it's like, you're not thinking about the overall, like, overarching picture. And, I'm just really happy that I was like able to, join the conversation. But yeah.
Hey, I would say this. Young men, young women, children, they're not going to think about that until they're trained to. Right. And it falls really on our generation to train them. You know what I'm saying? To think that way, especially young men. And you're not thinking about the community if you're starving yourself. So the first thing we have to do is have a way for every young man to be able-bodied to survive on their own. And I'm on some real stuff, on some Spartan stuff. You get trained and you get left out in the forest. And if you make it back, all right, then we proceed. If you don't, oh well. Like I'm really on some 2/3 policy stuff. That's why this is called the 1/3 show. Like only 1/3 of people are able to be saved. Like and this information is not for everybody to take in. But I'm glad that you brothers are here and continue on your endeavors and doing whatever you're doing. And if you need any help or assistance, we have a pool of people that are willing to help you or point you in the right direction, or call up somebody, or do whatever we need to do, to support you in that fact of you moving forward with your endeavor. So I'm like, it's a wealth of knowledge. We just keep it to ourselves because when we were freely giving it out and helping, people start turning into Anakin Skywalker. They start having, their PTSD from pussy or something. I'm sorry to say it, but that's what it is.
Right.
You're a six-figure man. You should be worried about women. You shouldn't be worried about women. That should be the least of your worry. You should be worried about the IRS.
It should be straight building, man. Like all that. A lot of this stuff is just turned into nonsense, man. To just distract guys, man, from just being their best version out here. And that's why, like, I hope, like, we could do a live stream where we just talk about different scenarios that black men may face out here. You know what I'm saying? So that we can, like, paint pictures. You know what I'm saying? Because if you can paint a picture, you can, like, plant a seed in somebody's mind so that when they out here, man, I remember hearing them guys talk about, a situation like that. But this isn't how you need to, react. Even if we disagree or agree, it's just about, painting a picture. You know what I'm saying? That's just where I would like to see, some of these conversations go to, and then, just finding solutions to different things that we may face while we out here on our journey. Because the direction that I'm heading in, I'm trying to be a powerful man out here. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make some real moves. And, it's still things that I have to master within myself that I'm working on. So that's why it'd be good to see a live stream like that.
Yeah, you know what? you know what? For those that ask, those shall receive. So I'll get with the commander and the people in the back cave, and we'll come up with something constructive, because I think we need to. A lot of these panels, myself included, they don't have any structure to them. And like our producer Quincy Jones in the chat, anything that goes over 3 hours boils down to stuff that's not constructive. It just goes into the buffoonery and foolishness. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm glad that you said that. Actually, you got my email address, man. When you get a chance, just put that down in the email. What you're talking about, and then we'll put it together, and then we can. Cerulean, we used to call that casualty control, right? We used to run drills on that, right? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So we used to call it, you know what I'm saying?
From the mortars, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's a part of training. I'm like, you don't know what's going to happen unless it happens, right? Like, you got to train for it. So, I think that's, you know what? The brothers, you see this? We've been in this space since 2018, and these young lions are coming up with solutions. They're coming up with solutions. This is crazy. This makes me ashamed. This makes me ashamed.
What I think it is that what I think it is, and I think because I like to come here to get inspired too, because I watch a lot of guys that are younger than me, like Rich Rebuilds is younger than me, Tavares, he's younger than me. The brothers over at RDC World, those guys are all those guys are younger than me.
Oh yeah.
They crack me up. Like King Vader, he's another one I watch. He's younger than me, so. And I think what it is that this generation is literally getting tired of the bullshit, and they're getting tired of being sold the hope. And hope is the most tragic thing you can hold on to.
That's facts.
Yeah, but I'm finna head out, y'all. Guys.
All right, man. Appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it.
All right, man.
I'm definitely interested in a part 2.
Okay. Oh yeah, definitely. We're gonna schedule that most ASAP.
All right.
Yeah, I think the generation now, they're getting tired of constantly being told the bullshit, of being sold the hope. They're constantly being told, like, well, if you get to this mile marker, or you get to this this point here, this goalpost here, right? This waypoint here, and then you can do this. And if you get to this point here, and then when you get there, the goalpost moves. You see, kind of like what these guys that are running around here calling themselves dating coaches, right? If you just get to the 6 figures, right? That's obviously coming from a guy who's never really had 6 figures. Because if you're a guy that's never made the 6 figures, you're trying to make it to 7 figures. Then you're trying to make it to 8 figures, right? And then when you get to the 8 figures, you're trying to make that first bill. So you're already being sold this hope, like if you just get to this and you just get that and you just wear this suit. And that's all just a bunch of bullshit. And then they're literally playing on the psyche of these young men. like the high value man argument, which implies that you're already low value because you don't have a shiny motherfucking 90s P. Diddy suit on with some high heel boots, right?
Oh man, it's
the young guys and the young women too, they're getting tired of that, being sold that prosperity gospel shit.
That's true. That's fact.
They didn't, the young brothers didn't flee away from the church to find another one, another nigga who may not be a physical church, but he trying to fucking, erect this digital church, right? Mm-hmm. Spewing the same kind of prosperity gospel that caused, these young brothers to leave the church to begin with.
That is facts. That is facts.
These brothers are looking for real things. Like, what can I do right now? Fuck all that holding out hope. I need to know what I need to do right now. I need to put money in my pocket right now. I need to put food on the table right now. Mm. Not tomorrow, not next week, not if I just make it to this goalpost. Tell me what I need to do right now to put some money in my pocket, to put some points on the board. That's basically what they're saying.
Yeah. Like the Brother Series game is saying, like, show your work. What's your work? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what's your work? Man.
It's respect.
And you get a lot of I'm tired of fighting energy from like some of these older generations. And so that can kind of be like discouraging. And they'll be like, yeah, just get you a job, work there for 30 years. I mean, who the hell wants to do that? You know what I'm saying? I got all this energy. I'm trying to take over the world, but I'm trying to be smart about it. You know what I'm saying?
Like, this is kind of the curse, right? Because this is kind of one of those generational curses, right? Because this is what we were told when we were coming up. Man, just get you a job, and you know what I'm saying, keep your head down, see what you can do. And y'all coming up and I'm like, look, I watched these niggas break their back, work their finger to the motherfucking bone, work they self into a discombobulated spinal alignment. I ain't signing up for that shit. Tell me what I need to do, man. I'm trying to get ahead right now.
And it's funny because we are in the information age. It's here. You see what I'm saying? These kind of conversations, this stuff wasn't going on 10 years ago, 20 years ago. Where did black people go to get the information from? The vast majority of them were just going to church, and everything they wanted to rely on just came straight about the Bible. Now, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I read the Bible for spiritual guidance and stuff like that. But when it comes to competing in this American market, and when it comes to increasing your value, you're not going to find that in the Bible. I'm sorry. That's not putting down anybody's belief system.
Right? So it was a transition, right? Like, so the brothers in the 70s and the 80s,
yeah,
they had the church still. And then they start leaving the church in the 80s. And then going into the 90s and the 2000s, it was the seminars. Remember that?
The seminars. Yeah,
the seminars.
Black Caucus. The Black Caucus.
Yeah, Black Caucus. Then we moved from the seminar age into this, the digital space, right?
That's when you had the conscious community, right? Everybody was ho-tepping. You know what I'm saying?
I want to say this one last thing.
Yeah, bro.
Because not too long ago, I met a guy out here, hustling with like the Uber Eats and DoorDash and stuff. I do that sometimes part-time. Yeah, and I met him in a big fancy neighborhood. So I thought this black man, was doing this thing, But once I got to having conversations with him, he older, way older than me. I was trying to hire him as a mentor, but he wasn't trying to do that because he was trying to figure out how he could get me to just work for him. You see what I'm saying? And that turned me off because it was just like, nah, man, I'm not a follower. I have a mind of my own. See, I actually know what to do out here. It's just, I was trying to hire you to show me the way to do it. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And again, this is something that I hope that we can talk about in the future. It's not
Oh,
keeping,
that's
not
the
keeping.
thing, right? You know
Yeah.
that's those old Negroes. The game is to be told, not to be told.
Yeah, and see, the
Definitely
thing is,
to
we gotta get away from keeping game from one another, keeping information from one another, because that's not gonna help us grow. I get it. Some people, they don't know how to receive information and do the right thing with it. But when it's like, when you see somebody got their head on straight, go ahead and share with them what they need to be doing, instead of just sitting up here trying to figure out how you can have leverage over them and get them dependent on you so that you can use them as a worker. Nah, we're never going to get anywhere like that. That's pretty much all I had to say.
You know what I'm saying? No, and I get you. Like I get you, and that's what I'm saying. We got to unpack all this. That's why I say this is going to go for a minute. I'm about to retitle the stream. This is part 1 of this. You know what I'm saying, of this, because we got to get more brothers up here so we can get to the root cause of this. Because it's up to us to train.
we know what the root cause of it is, because we had older guys, and we even saw this in the Navy. You remember the older Navy cats, they might have took you under their wing, but they only took you under their wing for a period, but they didn't want you to shoot past them, right?
Yeah. Yep.
It's very rare. Like, it was rare. I had an LPO that he was like, look, I'm gonna put you onto this A school, put you onto this C school. I don't care how much money the Navy spends. You're going over here to Pascagoula. You're going over here to, Damn Neck. You getting shipped around. Make sure I get as much experience as I could, right?
Mm-hmm.
But see, but a lot of what you see with the older guys is they're looking at the young dudes like the competition.
Yeah.
Like if I train this guy too fast, he's gonna shoot past me, and then I'm just gonna be some old nigga really, looking at this guy do better than what I did when I was his age.
But that's how it's
I call
supposed
them
to be.
cats. I call them cats salt and pepper. That's all I call them. Just old and hating. When I become an old cat, man, I'm not trying to have that energy, man. Like I want to see these youngs make it. That's gonna be my mind. I call them salt.
Let me put it in
Salt and
perspective.
pepper.
Let me put it in perspective for you. Right?
Hold on, let me do this.
You got these literally out here that's telling you why you should be around here shitting on women. And you know why that is? Look, a lot of these guys are older, and got one foot in the grave. They run around here telling chicks they're going to die alone because they already got one foot in the grave. They're projecting. They're the ones that's really scared of dying alone.
Hey, I'm going to step in here real quick. I'm going to just go ahead and end the stream. I'm going to end the stream.
All you young brothers to be stagnated at one level so you keep going through the same cycles over and over again, right? Because the last thing an old nigga want to fucking see, unless these are very specific, and I'm talking like 1 in 10,000, like our Supreme Elder, right?
Yeah.
On that level. But for the most part, a lot of these old niggas, especially old bitter niggas like you know who I'm talking about.
I know who you're talking about.
Some of them walk around with canes, right? They don't want you young niggas to really succeed. Right? They don't want you to succeed. They want to all be on the same. That's why they telling these young chicks, y'all should be looking for older men.
Well, that I'm sorry. I know you're trying to end the stream, man, but that shit right there, that's the shit right there that pisses me off. It's just
hold on, let me do this. Let me do this. All right, everybody that's in the chat, if y'all want us to keep going, because look, I'm enjoying this, right? But you know what I'm saying, our producer showed up and was looking at me like Dougie Fresh. Like, yo, you know what I'm saying? So if y'all want us to keep hearing the conversation, can we get some ones in the chat? Can we just get some ones in the chat if y'all want them to keep going? I'm for it. I got time. So we good.
Look at you young niggas, man. How dare
You know,
you
like,
pass me?
so get some ones in the chat. Can we get some ones in the chat if y'all want to keep going? Y'all still want to hear the conversation? You know what I'm saying? We got some ones in the chat for y'all is in the chat. These ones.
I mean, just think about it, right? You got a nigga telling you, you got to make it to six figures. Say you're a young nigga, 20, between 20 and 30, right? Right now. And you make it to six figures. That nigga don't want to see you make it to six figures. He just giving you some arbitrary bullshit because he thinks you're not going to make it there. And then he wants you to be a piece of shit to women so he can finally compete with you young niggas. So he's going to tell you, you should be bitter. You should be a bitter old ass nigga either on a cane or with some high heel boots on, wearing a motherfucking brassiere and some oversized aviators, and be bitter towards these bras, but do it even if you do it in kind of a kind way, right? And despite all of that, what it really is he wants you to be on the same level as he was when he was younger. So it takes you just as fucking long, if not longer, to get to his level. And then you're the one that's going to be around here looking crazy, looking alone, balding early.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You're going to be balding early. And then wonder why, man, why these bitches don't want to fuck with me? Cause you listen to these old niggas bitter you up.
Man, when he be sitting up here talking about some young men, y'all need to be just working, y'all need to be focused on women. I get that in a sense, but at the same time, like,
that's a bunch of
how are you going to know how to deal with women if you don't deal with women?
Why you think a Negro, older Negro would tell you that?
So that he can deal with them. So he can put that old shriveled up shit in there.
It's that old church pastor shit. Don't you go fucking around with the women now, because he wants to get a shot at them.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to get the shot at him. Hold up.
Man.
You're monopolizing. I know that these young women is looking at you, but you don't need to be looking at no women's right now. Like, nigga, that's the time you're supposed to look at women is when you're young.
That's that old salt and pepper ass shit, man. Yeah, I peep game on that back, man, and I laughed at it.
Man, and this is the thing. Like I said, I was telling Cerulean, I was saying, look, man, this needs to be said. I'm like, these things. What I've always seen is when I went around on these panels and I watched from afar and I jump in there, I always would have to step in because there would be a disconnect from the younger generation, right, and the older generation, because we live with that whole, the grasshopper, these little sayings that was off, you had to figure it out as you go. And instead of them just telling you straight off, like, yo, don't do X, Y, and Z because of this, you know what I mean? These weird sayings that we had to, basically inscribe in the tombs of manhood. That we ain't got time for that. Like, yo, like, look, the internet is, nigga, I got Google right here that can debunk you. The only reason why I'm talking to you because you are a person and this is an inanimate object and I can hold you accountable. That's why I'm actually talking to you. I really don't need to talk to you. I got something here smarter than you. Like, really, it is. Like, really.
Reason, right? Like you check out like a lot of the older guys. Yeah. If they're spewing popular opinion, it's because they're trying to compete with the young dudes, and they know that the popular opinion is shit on black women. And why you shit on black women is because you put them in a position where they're trying to perform. And it's the same way with a lot of older females. Older females, they do that to their niggas all the time. You see them blur out, you niggas ain't shit. And then you got the one nigga that's like feeling a certain type of way, get the spewing off his whole resume. Look, man, I'm this. I'm this. I'll work here. It was like, that's all she was really looking for. And you know what it is? You know what it is, man? It's the way America has literally what do they call it? When they emphasize you, right? Treat you like a child. You're not supposed to, think for yourself. The rest of your elders are supposed to think for you, right?
Yeah. Supposed to, pass you knowledge.
Man,
And this is the thing. This is the thing that I realize what we have to do. And Ori says infantilism. There you go, sister. See, look at that. See, we got sisters in the chat that are willing to work with us.
Right, we got sisters educated. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we got educated sisters in the chat right here. In the chat right here, we got educated sisters that are in the chat. That look at this is cooperation right here. Like the sister, you know what I'm saying? We got Neek in here, we got Vonda, we have a lot of educated sisters in here that even when we're talking on the panel, they hey, is this? Oh, hey, let me put that up there because I didn't know. And no one's sitting up here saying she won't let me leave by letting me know what the damn name of the word is.
Think about it. Why you think they got the older women, right? But they'd rather fuck with a younger dude. Because a lot of old niggas, man, when they set in their ways, they get bitter.
Man, then you got what was that? Entanglements.
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 I mean, the rise of the cougar has basically the rise of the cougar has been made possible by old bitter niggas.
Yeah,
I done dealt with a few of them, man. I ain't gonna lie. I gotta keep it a buck, man. I done had my share, man. And I mean, you wanna know what's the common thing they say? They say, well, it don't matter how old he is. They pretty much all act the same. And just to go back to that conversation in the panel that I was making. I mean, see, when I started talking about those older generation of men, you notice how she took that offensive because she ain't never want to tell nobody what her age was, but she said she Generation X, right? That's who she mostly got her beef with is men from that era and up or whatever, right? And say it again.
Oh yeah,
Generation X is 40. Listen, I'm 80. I'm 81, right? So I'm gonna be 40 this year, right? So if you was born in like my wife is Generation X, she's 3 years older than me, right? So she's gonna be 43 this year. So if you were 70, if you are 79, right? At 79, you Generation X. Like, you know what I mean? That's where your cutoff is. That's where your cutoff is. So, you know what I mean? Like that's why I put that up there on the stream for the thumbnail, right? Let me pull this up. Let me pull this up, right? Let me actually pull this up right here. And it changes, right? It changes whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like the high way they do it. Sometimes we millennials, sometimes we Gen X or whatever, right? So it says Gen X is 1965 to 1979, millennials are 1980 to 1996, and Generation Z is 1997 to 2000.
That's accurate though. That's about kind of, in my opinion, kind of what it is. You see what I'm saying? And see, that's what I'm saying. My generation, which is the millennials, you know what I'm saying, we pretty much are up under the influence of what came out of Generation X. Although my dad was a baby boomer. Now, I still got a 75-year-old grandfather, and talking to him is hilarious. You see what I'm saying? Because the thing is that a shift has taken place. You see what I'm saying? See, the elders that they came up under was tired of shit. I mean, it was only so much that they could do. You know what I'm saying? But see, the problem with a lot of the guys that I have out of the Generation X is a lot of them had the opportunity to take initiative on some shit, but they was partying, getting fucked up, going to Freaknik, you know what I'm saying? Creating babies all over the place, you know what I'm saying? And that's what we picked up. That's what we picked up. That's where we picked up those habits from. So then, yeah, it's funny seeing a cat, you know, come out, start a show, you know what I'm saying? And that's the generation that he's from, right? And he's talking shit, but it's like, bruh, you a product of that generation. You know what I'm saying? You a product of a lot of this madness that's going on right now.
I mean,
you just add more.
if you really look at it, right? The ass end of the baby boomer generation, those were some of the biggest derelicts. Because you got to remember, this is World War II. This is the boomer era. They got the most pussy out of any generation, probably put together.
Man, I'm talking about families of 11 and 12 siblings.
That's why.
Hey, listen. Single mother song back then was Papa Was a Rolling Stone.
Oh,
you know
man.
What I'm saying? Why you got a woman singing? Think about it. Gladys Knight and the Pips. The Pips they backed up a woman. They was male backup singers to Gladys Knight, and it was Midnight Train in Georgia. He got a family somewhere else. We go like, but I love him though. Look, your daddy, milk man. Like, listen. When the last time a man delivered milk to your house? That's not my generation. I ain't never see that. Your daddy's the milkman. Your daddy's the mailman. Like, like Jody got your girl. Hey,
real talk, man. Like that's how you know the game done changed, because them cats, man, they was getting ass off different kind of ways. Newspaper guy smashing, milkmen smashing, mailmen smashing, lawn men smashing. Like, they had different shit going. Now, you know, you get on the internet. You know what I'm saying?
So these are the people that are in power right now, right? Okay. So the people that are actually running the government right now are the generation baby boom, 1946 to 1964. These are the people that are in power. This is Joe Biden. This is Trump. This is look at the picture. That's Bill Gates right there.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Generation X. I mean, I remember the late baby boomers. Because if they were born in the 50s or 60s, that means they were young adults in the 70s. That was those were they spawned the anti-war generation.
Yep. You know what I'm saying? You said that's the Generation X and sex, drug. Well, they grew up in sex, drugs, and rock and roll,
rock and roll. That's why I said the baby boomers were some of the biggest derelicts.
But then if you think about it, right? If you're born in 1965, right, and by the time you start moving, right? Think about it. If you're born in 1965, by the time it's 1980, right? You're 25 years of age. Right, so if you're born in 1980, like all of these, they going straight into the MTV era, right? Which is, you know what I mean. So they in the crack 80s, they in the 70s acting a fool, Woodstock, running off somewhere. Like, yeah,
if you were a child of Generation X, you okay. So the baby boomers, they were the ones that they were born just after World War II, right?
Yep.
Their parents still believed in the establishment, God, Queen, country, all that great stuff, family, community, build. The family man was the man. They spawned this baby boomer generation. Yep. Baby boomer generation, they're literally the anti-war kids. Because by the time you get to the Vietnam era, they're into the flower power, sex, drugs, rock and roll. That's why the baby boomers got more pussy they got more pussy than the X, Ys, and the Z's put together.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, that's fact. Shit, my pops had about 6 kids, man. So, I mean, that's facts. I mean, that's what they was on. You know what I'm saying?
If you were born in the 60s and the 70s, you got to remember who were the greatest rockers. who are the greatest rockers, who is the greatest singers. They're born. They're literally the children of the 60s and the 70s.
Yeah.
Yep, that's facts. And the thing is that even when like let's take a twist at it. So let's look at it from a standpoint of so we knew what they had going on in terms of that back then. But now I will say this: black communities back then was more together because we wasn't all the way just segregated yet. So they did have some pride for being black folks back then. I will say that. However, they wasn't really building anything in a sense that could be passed down. There was some, but it was just like to a certain extent. Like the vast majority was just out here really pretty much just settling because they really didn't know what to do. Because like my parents always told me they couldn't teach me about credit because they didn't know anything about it. You see what I'm saying? Nobody taught them about it.
We couldn't get it. They wasn't giving it to black people.
Well, that's why I say like the X generation, the best singers, the best musical artists, best actors come out of that X generation. And you got to remember the X generation, they were the children of the flower power, baby boomer, drug, sex, and rock and roll guys. And when you get to the Xers, what is the Xers? They're the anti-establishment guys. They're the ones that counterculture. That's why you look at the X generation. The richest advancement of culture literally came out of the X generation. Music, art, acting, education. That's also when you see the most educated folk literally coming out of the black community in college. You hear about the first black dean of Princeton or whatever, right? You're seeing all these stories of like Kwame Kilpatrick, who was the mayor of Detroit. He's an Xer, right?
Marion Barry.
Marion Barry. Well, Marion Barry is a boomer.
Yeah, old crackhead ass. Well, we had Kurt L. Smoke. Like Kurt L.
He couldn't let go of the sex, drugs, or the rock and roll. The bitch set him up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy. That's interesting, but it's crazy though because it's just like that's really what was passed down.
Yeah. Well, see, what
the Xers, especially the black Xers, they developed the richest culture. And matter of fact, America's been living by that culture ever since, right?
Then they got hit with the crack epidemic on top of that.
Crack epidemic.
Yeah.
Man, them cats back then they was doing crack like weed. See, like at first it was just normal, but they knew that like some cats would trip out. It's just like at first, smoking wet was normal. You see what I'm saying? But they knew that some cats would trip out. And then it's like you fast forward the hands of time, and it's like now we're seeing the aftermath of that. No wonder we have a lot of degenerates out here. There's a lot of crack babies running around out here.
Well, you got to think about it at this other thing. Well, think about it like this, right? If the boomers, right? If the boomers kind of started that sex, drug, and rock and roll, because this is the 60s. Like the last boomer was 1964. The first boomer was 1946. So you got to think about it when they started going into that culture, right? The first Gen X is born in 1965, right? So they're growing up into it. So that sex, drugs, and rock and roll from the boomers.
And they literally become the greatest rock stars, rap stars, singers of the 1980s. Luther Vandross, Whitney Houston, Bobby Brown, New Edition. All those cats were born in the 60s and 70s.
But then you got to think about it like this, and here's the thing. Women didn't know that smoking and drinking while you pregnant was bad for the baby. I'm like, even though it's common sense, but it wasn't put out there, right?
That is so true. That is so true.
So And then you got to talk about the other thing is if they're doing all of these drugs and they get pregnant, then if you go to do a drug, we ain't going to do it for you because your mom was doing shrooms and tripping off of acid when you was in the womb.
Why the white crackheads outlive the black ones?
Yeah.
Because you look at Elton John, hell, he ain't even a boomer. He's like part of the greatest generation.
And he's still, you know what I'm saying? I think crack got the fountain of youth because it's still crack kids running around. And I don't
want that fountain.
Yeah, no.
Keep that fountain.
But I think something is in there because you look at it. Like,
what happens is when they stop using it, right?
Oh yeah, then they
when they stop using it, that's when you start seeing them just like wither.
Waste away, right? It's like they deflated like the
eyes, like Thanos snapped them out of. Snap their into it.
Have y'all seen that? Have y'all seen that movie called Limitless?
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like that effect, but they just get like lost in the shit, like super lost.
Yeah. Look, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this, right? And this is why we need to have this discussion. Is if we're seeing these trends, right? And then think about it. If the 80s babies, think about if the black community wasn't besieged by the crack epidemic. Black people would have outpaced white people in droves.
Well, interesting thing when you really like do the research, if you look, so Jim Crow, right? Mm-hmm. Jim Crow politically ended Civil Rights Act of 1964.
Yep.
Voting Rights Act of 1965. Now, that is literally when black folk politically get free, right? Mm-hmm. It's literally since we'll go to 64, right? 57 years. And if you really measure that, right, what black folk have accomplished in that 57 years is actually more than what white folks have accomplished in the 400 they've been free. No, dead.
Hold on, man. I gotta grab the mic. Hold on, I'm back. All right, good.
Dead ass. How long were they doing all of this shit, before and couldn't get nowhere?
Yeah, that's facts. That's facts for real. I ain't never thought about it like that.
Like, cause you think about it, you only been free for 57 years, and now you're here.
Yeah.
Like, cause you ever find it interesting, right? And I always thought about this watching a slave movie, right? Slave movie. Slave get ready to run away. He goes back to the other slaves like, look, we got to get away from here. They say, where we going to go? We're going to run north. How the fuck that nigga know what direction north is?
Nigga. Follow the North Star.
Nigga, you know how long it took me to learn how to use a sextant?
Hey, follow me on north. Like,
the quartermaster's got that sextant, right?
Yeah.
That motherfucker sideways. What am I supposed to be looking at? You're holding it wrong. You're supposed to go this way.
Yeah.
How the fuck that nigga know what direction north was? But see, what he
said, didn't he follow the drinking gourd? All right, I'm done.
But see, what it shows you is that black folk were actually smarter than what they get credit for. Yeah. You look at the golden age of American invention that was spawned by black folk. How the hell a nigga know how to make a car? Only been free for a couple motherfucking years, fresh off the plantation, knew how to make a cotton gin, knew how to make a light bulb. How the fuck he knew the bulb needed a filament?
Well, here's the thing: how did the nigga know what electricity was, and that where the white folk didn't even have that? Like, you know, these ain't even, like,
I'm just saying, like, we look at it. Civil Rights Act to now, that's 57 years, and we're virtually, by all measures, outpaced white folk. Because if we would have had that same 400 years of freedom, if they would even be around still.
They definitely need us to survive. I'll tell you that. And I just believe that our DNA has a lot in it, in sense of what we are, like who we are, goes deeper than what we know. And that's something that they probably subconsciously know, which is the reason why they don't want to separate from us, because they know they need us. You see what I'm saying? I mean, like you said earlier, this country wouldn't be where it is today if it wasn't for us. And that's something that they really hate, but it's the truth.
It is the truth. I mean, just imagine, right? Your entire existence is only made possible by the nigga that you just, like, literally, like, just imagine this. Nigga on the plantation think he big and bad, he's fucking smack you up against the motherfucking back with a fucking whip, and then one day he gotta let your ass go. And then when he let you go, right, you outpace this nigga, and what's going on in his mind is, I should have never let that nigga go free.
Think about the railroads. Who built all these railroads? They weren't finna stand their ass out there in the hot ass sun and burn up. They skin not made for the sun.
Well, here's the other thing, right? Here's the other thing, right? When black people left the plantations and the fields, right? The Chinese went into those fields, but the Chinese didn't get paid, so they walked off of them fields. So what did? They start going around and rearresting niggas on the auspices of vagrancy laws, and making the prison complex for black men, right? They put them back in those same fields they were freed from, right? So the Asians went into the field, but the white man ain't pay the Asians, so the Asians decided to go jump on the railroad, right?
Well, if you look at the railroad was only, well, I would say the southern road that goes straight across the country. That railroad wouldn't be shit without the Buffalo Soldiers and what they called the Indians or Seminoles.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
The Buffalo Soldiers are the ones that literally trailed that path all the way west to get that railroad out there. They wouldn't even know the trail.
Yep. To put the railroad, they mapped it out. Because it's hard as hell to build a railroad going uphill.
For real, and you gotta have something that's already deeply embedded in. I mean, that's why we excel at stuff like sports, because I mean, we got ancestors that had to bust their ass for a living, like from sun up to sundown. You know what I'm saying? So that's what a lot of that natural strength natural intelligence come from. I mean, that's the reason why they made it an emphasis to dumb us down and create more degenerates in our community. Because, I mean, come on now. If we took away their bullshit IQ test, we are by far way smarter than them.
Oh, we are.
You know what I'm saying? And we will be more accomplished than them.
Well, yeah.
What it is that they understand there's some inherent trade-off, right? So they're like, you motherfuckers got the genetics, but we got all the money. That's kind of the been the trade-off.
But And the crazy thing is that they fool the rest of the population into thinking, like, here's the crazy part, right? When a white person, right, when a white person says they don't have privilege, right? The run of the mill white person say they don't understand what white privilege is. Yes, according to another white person, you don't have privilege. Like, you know what I mean? Because at a whole, what they don't want you to know is that they're just done. They're just sucking, right? At a whole, right? Now, the way that they keep them from thinking that they're not sucking is to look how bad the black people are doing, right? And white people used to walk around with pride up until Trump got elected and Obama was in office or whatever, is they used to walk around with pride. Well, my life is bad, Jebediah, but at least I ain't a nigga, right? You know what I'm saying? Now they can't say that because they're being outpaced, right? Because now, what's your excuse now?
Well, why do you think you would have an angry mob running up on the Capitol talking about we want our country back? They're like, nigga, from who? Like, you're still 80% of Congress. So from who?
Well,
but it shows you that you know, power is not monopolist. There's an ebb and flow to power, and they even if they have still the majority in Congress, they still feel that power dwindling as they see the Negro outpace, right? Mm. And that's really what's happening, especially if you Jim Bob from some place unknown. You don't have to be Jim Bob. You could be fucking Brett from the inner city that grew up down the street from Tyrone. And in order for you to feel like an actual man, you know, you have to go to some third world country where they used to roll the red carpet out for you, not even because of any other reason than the fact that you're an American. And then what happens? One day, Brett, who lives down the street from Tyrone, takes his ass on one said trip to a third world country, and they don't treat him with any kind of decorum or respect. They treat him like any other person in a third world country. Like, what do you mean? I'm an American. You guys just love us down here. It's because the decline of American empire has basically said, look, you guys don't, there's other options we got now. Especially in countries where you see the Chinese, literally populating like crazy.
Man, they don't hear
you go to South Africa, hell, if you've been to Durban, like me, Dre, they used to, in South Africa, they used to kiss white folk ass.
Yeah, now they kicking them out.
Now they kicking their ass.
They kicking their ass out here, kicking their ass.
Like commandeering shit. Like, look, down here, I don't call it stealing. I call it commandeering. You taking your shit back. This is my land now. No. I have paperwork. No. Like, friend, you don't understand.
It's just funny though. It's funny though how the tables are turning. You know what I'm saying? Because it was like once, like they was the majority, but they really the minority in the sense of they're losing their power structure just slowly. That's the reason why you see a damn mob running up on the damn White House. Well,
it's another thing. Like, so just imagine, right? You're Brett living down the street from Tyrone in the same community in the hood, right? You got a cousin over in, say, South Africa who's an Afrikaans, right? And the climate of them, the Chinese moved in. Now they treat the whites like shit. And now they kiss the Chinese man's ass, right? Mm-hmm. And so you're looking at your cousin over there getting treated like shit. Or better yet, you got your mommy and your daddy over in Europe, in Central Europe. They used to be together, talk about the EU. And then your mommy said, fuck the rest of the family. You have all those bastard kids over there in Europe. I'm talking about the rest of the EU. England. Situation. The fuck out of here. And now you go over here as a white American, right? And you just as liable to get stabbed as a motherfucker that's been there all this time.
God damn.
No, this is facts, man. This is facts. These are facts. These are facts. Listen. If you go to England right now, they don't even want to tell you this. England look more like the Middle East and the sub-Saharan Africa than it does look like white people live.
Man, you watch what I say. The next like 10 to 15 years, you're going to see a brown-looking president who's obviously of suspected terrorist descent.
Listen. I'm gonna just tell you what's gonna happen. Look. The EU is going. Listen. You know what's gonna happen in Europe? It's gonna look like the Moors took it back over. That's what it's gonna look like. Like this is gonna look like the Moors took it back over. Like
right. That's who built that. That's who built that whole nation.
Yeah. And so it's basically what it is this. Like Cerulean is saying, is everything is ebb and flow, right? Power is ebb and flow. The thing about us black folk is we have to understand is this is the time for us to take the power. The problem is that we would be in prime real estate, but my generation and the Xers, we were so busy on getting it because all we heard from the other generation is if you just graduate high school, you're going to be something. If you just get to college, the United Negro College Fund, the bond is a terrible thing to waste. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
because that's what we were told, right? If you just get your high school diploma, and then you get your high school diploma. Well, if you just get your college degree, you get a college degree. Like, well,
you need your master's. You need your master's. And then by the time I'm about to go to college, you got to be a damn near doctor. You gotta have a bachelor's in science, a master's in computer technology, and a doctor's degree in theology and shit. You know what I mean? Like you gotta be like Martin Luther King. He was a doctor at 16 years of age, and all this other crazy fucking bullshit.
I'm gonna tell you this. I got a bachelor in general science, Marburg, and that motherfucker is worthless.
That's the point that I was making early. Like. That's all you that's all you heard when they would talk about school. It's just like you got $150,000 in student loan debt. I remember I met somebody one time that was $500,000 in student loan debt. I just couldn't believe this shit. I'm just like, how does that happen? Like,
I'm gonna tell you how it happens, and I'm gonna tell you how it happens. This is how it happens, right? My cousin came to Japan and visit me like 4 times, right? 4 times. You know where he work at? He work at Amazon. Only thing he do is he moved up his position where he makes sure, he's the QA guy to make sure the labels on the packages and stuff like that. So you're like, damn, he went all the way to Japan and he worked at Amazon. You don't make a lot of money working at Amazon, but okay, right? His homeboy came with him, right? His homeboy he works at a company and he does web security and he does development, right? His homeboy, after he pays the student loan debt, makes a little bit less than my cousin makes. My cousin on his Amazon salary, when he saved up his money, he wasn't thinking about Nathan when he was buying shit. He was good because he saved up his money, right? His homeboy was kind of thinking, he said, well, I got to wait. I get paid 3 times this month because it's this month, and I got to make sure I pay the student loan debt, and yada, yada, squatter, and yada, 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 school. And I'm sitting up here, and every time we would say student loan debt, he would get PTSD. And I say, yo, how did you get the student loan debt getting something in the military, like being an IT? Nigga, I didn't know how much that cost to go to school or something. And you know what he told me? He said he went to college out of state because in the state, they didn't have the requisite college for him to get that certification in the state of Maryland because Maryland's more medical based. I said, okay. He said because he's an out of state college student, he couldn't get the requisite grant, so he had to do all of these loans, but they're high interest loans, high interest student loans. He said the federal is one thing. The state is a whole different ball game, and that's what college accepts. And they send you to these predatory loan people with these colleges. It's all a trick bag. right? So then I said, I get it. He said, yeah, man, I'm engaged. I'm trying to marry my woman, but I got to get rid of this debt. And he said, listen, I'm making 50, 60 grand a year as a single man. But when I walk away, I'm looking at $25,000 a year, barely $30,000 a year because of student loan debt. And you know what I told him? I said, you need to quit that company and go work for the government. Because guess what? They can help you knock down that damn fucking interest rate that's piling up on your shit. Because what you doing? You paying a minimum monthly payment, right? Yeah. You just paying the interest. You ain't even putting nothing on the debt. So you stringing the shit out. And when I broke it down to him and told him that, he was like, oh, you right. I said, yeah, you mean I got to pay more? I said, yeah, you got to pay more. Because you think about it, that 22% or whatever the hell that damn high interest loan is on that student. He said, listen, I told him, your parents could work through college because college was cheaper. They could work at McDonald's and pay off their tuition and get their books and do all of that. But they were still living at home. They wasn't living by themselves and going to college. They was still living at home. They was going to community college and then they would transfer over to another university. They just happy that you getting into a university where it's not a community college. But guess what? You paying a student loan debt, right? Yeah. Your mama helping you? No. There you go. Like, there you go. She can't because she's strapped. So it's a trick bag. It's a damn trick bag, to say the least. He went to go work for the state doing the same thing. He was getting paid less, but guess what? He's making more money because of everything else involved, and he's did a program to help him knock down that student loan debt, and he went back to school for free on the state's dime. Crazy, isn't it?
And look, tell you, man,
knowledge.
I'm just tell you like this, nigga. I went to the U of M when I left the Navy, because when I got my bachelor's, that shit was through the PACE program.
Oh yeah, I remember.
In the Navy, right?
Yeah.
And so, thinking I'm gonna further my education, did the baccalaureate, did all of that shit. Going to U of M, the social sciences department. Watch that shit drain my entire GI bill and still end up owing them $30,000 motherfucking dollars. You think I'm trying to you think I'm trying to stay in school? What do you think I'm doing? Stay in school or motherfucking quit that shit and do this job? Do this jobby job.
Damn, that's crazy. Damn.
And so that can happen to you. Yeah. But it won't happen to you now that you know that it's already happened to somebody that you can learn from to not do that shit.
I mean, yeah, because that was my thing. My thing was, after I started playing college ball, I'm like, what am I finna go to school for when I was on a scholarship? And back then, that was like 2013. I took out like one loan for like $3,000 to pay for a class or whatever. And I was fucking up back then, didn't pass those classes, and so I left school alone. Whereas you got some people, they'll just keep going to school even if they got to pay out of pocket. And once they can start taking out more loans, they take out loans, and then they keep on taking out loans. And then taking out loans, they end up with a bullshit degree. And then it's like, okay, what job are you gonna get with that, and how are you gonna be able to capitalize on your investment? Because it's an investment.
Not only that, they'll keep giving you a loan. Your credit score could be 2, and they'll give you a loan for that.
Exactly. They don't care because they thinking about it like, shit, you're gonna have to pay it back. We're gonna always get a piece of your paycheck. That's why when I said, okay, when I go back, I'm going back for a particular skill. That's the reason why I went to a trade school. Then I got a discount because my dad is a vet. So once all that went into play, and then I was like, oh, I can do that again and get the associates through this little program, and they getting me a job, and I'm getting paid good, and I'm on route. You know what I'm saying? To be able to, like, all my debt right now is up under $20,000. You know what I'm saying? Up under 20 grand, and I'm making 40 grand a year. 45 to be exact. You know what I'm saying? So when you put that in perspective, I feel like I won on my investment. You see what I'm saying? Whereas you got people that I know, they only making like 40 grand a year, but then in debt, student loan debt, 150 grand. That's you didn't win, you know, and that's not. Some people didn't know, you know what I'm saying? Some people didn't know that because that's what they was being fed. You got to go to school, Not realizing like, hey, this is an investment, and then now you got these rich white guys coming out, they saying shit like, I don't give a damn about your degree. They don't, because all they care about is your skills. What is it that you can do? Because when they got, you know, they got all the money, they got all the power and shit like that, man. So they want to know what it is that you can do, and they're gonna pay you on that. They not thinking about your degree and stuff like that. That's how a lot of our people been brainwashed. They just think you got to have a degree and that just validates something, but really it don't. I mean, what skills do you have? That's what matters.
Look, I mean, after Dre and I, we were talking about we were talking about the old black folk, right? Like Thomas Sowell, Larry Elder, right? And these are college guys, right? I don't know what I forgot what school Elder was at, but Sowell, Stanford, Princeton. Now he's a senior fellow over at the Hoover Institute. Back in his day, in the 70s and the 80s, the institution was going around collecting these guys to de-radicalize them. Right? Mm-hmm. Put it like this. You don't see any white they're still writing books at, 70, 80, 90 years old.
Nope.
But you have these black intellectuals that constantly shit on black folk, like Larry Elder, Cecily Peterson, like Thomas Sowell, still writing books well into their 70s, 80s.
Yeah, and that's a very telling thing about, but they're being incentivized to do so. Like let's keep it a buck, let's keep it 100. It's easier. Like, what gives it more validity, right? If like you said with the Southern strategy, Cerulean, you got to get more abstract, right? Like, what gives things more validity? Okay, white people say black people ain't this, that, and the third, or another black person saying it, right? Or we give platforms to people that are dogging each other. Like, we give platform, like Lonnie Love. She sat up there on national television. Black men ain't shit. Because she got a white man now, right? Right?
While she's sitting up there with the with the motherfucker who ain't been shit. Like, I always say this about white folk, right? Like, because I don't really care if you date outside of your race, because it's about what you do and not who you screw. But you can't be sitting up there with the original American derelict talking about black men ain't shit. Like, because I don't think people like her, because even her robbing not only black men but herself of their Americanness, right? Basically say, okay, black men ain't shit, but you're up here with a white man, when a lot of the laws, like domestic violence, like no real shit, CCR, Community Coordinated Response to Domestic Violence, that was written by white women in response to white men.
Child support. That was a direct response by white women to hold white men accountable for abandoning, who are the largest group of abandoners of their children.
That's facts. That's fact. But we all know, man, they put Lonnie Love ass up there just to make a fool out of herself, just to fit that stereotype of that diva black woman. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That overweight diva black woman, you know what I'm saying, full of masculine energy, but they already know you give somebody like her a voice, it's gonna bring in views from other women that think that way, that's been brainwashed to believe that like that the stuff that she's saying is really true when it's not.
I mean, you think about it, Candace Owens. Candace Owens, basically shits on black folk on a regular. She had a baby with the white dude. Now, the white dude she had a baby with, his dad is like some lord in the House of Commons. And even though her father-in-law is some fucking lord, a lord in the House of Commons, when she put pictures of her child on Twitter, it wasn't the black folk getting at her. You had the white boys putting banana emojis and these memes up being real nasty, like the next little lord is gonna be a half monkey. Yeah, I mean they were saying crazy shit like that.
Yeah.
And this is somebody who shits on black folk, gets paid to shit on black folk on a daily basis.
Who we talking?
Candace Owens.
that is crazy. That is crazy. I didn't know that was going on.
Yeah. Willie D touched on it. He touched on it and stuff like that. Like, and here's the crazy part. And the thing is people keep forgetting Candace Owens got a settlement for discrimination of the very school she was going to because they was messing with her because she was black. She was getting bullied.
Yeah, I mean, she testified at a Senate committee hearing, even though she's unqualified to do so, and she's on the record talking about some NAACP is the worst organization for black people. like NAACP help you win a Title IX case at the school.
Yeah. This is Candace, but see, that's what I'm saying. And the thing that I didn't like, right? The rest of the black women didn't really come to any black man's defense because Tamir Braxton, I think she wasn't on there at the time. I think she was or wasn't. Then the Maury girl, the one twin that's up there, she's married to a white man, so she just got totally quiet. So the only person that's going to defend niggas is Jeannie Ma, and because she's messing with Jeezy, right? And she even said, I just stopped messing with a white man. But then we do some digging on her background and found out that she wasn't shit. Because she told the man that she was with that loved her dearly that she wasn't having no kids. You know what I'm saying? And he wanted kids. And she wasn't having them. So they, whatever. They got divorced or whatever. But what it being said is that this whole thing about black men ain't this, black women ain't this, is to divide because they want assimilation. And black people have not been dating out at a high clip to assimilate to nothing. Like they're not trying to assimilate, right? And I'm gonna tell y'all something real. A white man will throw a Becky underneath the bus for a ling ling. They will get if she can be Asian dirty foot. She can have some sandals on. She can wash up on the beach with two arms missing. If she Asian, a white man will throw a perfectly healthy Becky in the water to the sharks to go save a ling ling. I'm telling you this, you can quote because I see it. It's facts.
I mean, you saw 90 Day Fiance, you had no neck dude travel around the world, right?
Shower with a rat.
A lap of luxury as a professional photographer in Cali. To lay on some
cardboard.
Some Filipino chick's cardboard mattress.
Wasn't he showering with the rat? The rat was out there showering
with the rat in the it looked like a garage that had chickens in it.
You know what it looked like? He was fixing cars in that garage. Like that's what it looked like. It looked like, you know what I'm saying? Remember old girl, the white chick, she done flew halfway across the world to go buy a goat. She had to buy the goat to get married to dude. It wasn't the other way around. She had to go buy the goat to get married to dude. Think about that. She had to go buy the goat to get married to dude. It's crazy.
But you know, what would you do? Hoo-hoo for new green card. You know. I mean, this is like what's going on. Like, understand when you see these kind of moves, white dude going halfway around the world to go sleep on somebody's pissy ass cardboard mattress that's getting drip on it from a storm that's happening overhead. They ain't even got a real roof. That's got a aluminum foil roof. And he going over there to sleep on that shit.
Oh, really? He said he had sensitive skin. He had a thread count. You know, listen. This is for real, and this is what I say is we're like Cerulean said, we're seeing a decline in stuff. Sometimes we look at the bad things that our people are doing and the struggle sometimes, but sometimes what I like to do here is I don't necessarily like to harp on what our people are doing. I like to harp on what they're doing, the other people are doing, right? Because we always get told, like even when you watch the news, anytime somebody does something egregious on that side, you gotta look for the person's information. You gotta look to see who this person is. The first thing they do is when it's us, you got the mug shot right there on the front page when you're scrolling down on the website, Yahoo, CNN, Fox News, whatever. Even your local newspaper. If it's a black person, you see them. If it's a white person, you gotta go through the article and scroll down to find a picture or something. Right? You gotta do some extra investigative work. I know that they're talking about a white person when they don't put their mug shot out first. When the mug shot is right there and the little quick headline to get you to look at is there, I know it's a black person. It never fails. It never fails. And that's why I like to point it out. And this is why I like to point it out. I like to point this out over and over again to let people know this. Like, this is what's going on. Like, I got articles that I got sitting in my server in Discord that I put in there. I have articles that are just sitting there. That's why, like, when I do the show, I do a segment, the crazy thing people do. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if I do see a black person doing it, I don't put it out. It's not, it's already out there. I'm trying to point at the stuff that other races of people do. So this dysfunction is Americanized dysfunction. It's not only black folks. Stop cluing in on black folk. Because we just saw y'all dysfunction at the Capitol. The whole world saw that.
Yeah, well, you know, that's why you saw me going so hard on you know, immigrants, small hats, you know, Mexicans, especially the latter.
Well, here's the other one, right? Here's another one, right? But the person that saved most of the Congress people was a sole black man by himself. Where was his backup? All the way up 2 flights of stairs.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's crazy. If the black man ain't shit, but the black man saved y'all asses. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm not talking about the black women because they have a reason to be angry at black men. They have a reason. It's an in-house thing, and that's their job to hold us accountable. If you're married to a woman, I got a wife, she holds me accountable. I hold her accountable. That's the way it works. You know what I'm saying? But when people that not us, that are not black Americans, try to hold the whole of black Americans accountable, or half of black Americans, or like a particular gender that are not black Americans, I have a problem with it. I don't give a fuck what your skin tone is. You gonna catch that motherfucking work.
Yeah, especially if they can't, you know, accept accountability in the role they played in, you know, because exactly. we all kind of play a role into this. but it's about finding solutions and improving. It ain't about just tearing down. Like, what do you get out of just constantly tearing down? Like, I mean, how you supposed to build something if you just constantly tearing it down?
But that stems from overall society, because nobody's ever found it strange for, like, you know, all this time, right, that you never heard the term white on white violence or white on white crime, and yet
which happens a lot. Like for example, the most recent story that I heard that I thought was just insane. So apparently this family out in North Carolina, and it happened in 2018, but I guess these people just got convicted. But they, big meth heads, whatever. So the dad wanted to marry the daughter, but the daughter had a boyfriend. So the dad told the daughter they had to kill the boyfriend in order for them to get married or whatever. So they killed the boyfriend, buried him. Then, like 2 weeks later, they went and dug his body up and decapitated it, like chopped it up and then burnt it. Also, the dad and the daughter can get married. They don't talk about this fuckery in the news. They ain't gonna put this shit out.
Of course not, because white folks understand that their shit is to stay in house. Everybody else shit is to be on blast. We haven't learned that game because we haven't learned how to play the big race casino where we keep our shit in house, focus on everybody else's shit.
And it's funny because the aspect of, like, the no snitching code kind of came from that with black folks. It's just, anytime, certain individuals get their hands on shit, they're gonna turn it into something else. Because I don't think that we have to, be okay with somebody else's foolishness. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I feel like we would be in a better position if we dealt with our own problems instead of having other people in our conversation worried about what the hell we got going on. But it is hard, to get people to take what we do serious if we got people in our own community that don't take that shit serious. They quick to sell us out. So it's a fucked up battle either way it go.
Yeah, that is a fact. What is it? Is it? I forget. There was a very famous Small Hat. Used to make gangster movies, and he was talking about how it was a long time before
Francis Ford Coppola.
That might be him. He's talking about
Godfather and stuff.
How long it took for the FBI to catch on that there was an actual mob in the underbelly of America, right? Because they could just pass as white guys.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you had these Italian mob guys going around doing all these hits, and they could just be walking right in the face of the police without even being suspected.
Yep. I mean, they was all on code. They knew how to move. Black people ain't got no code. We ain't got no code of ethics that we stick to. It's either leeching or crab in the barrel. You know what I'm saying?
I don't really like the crab in the barrel analogy because crabs in the barrel. Who the fuck made the barrel? See, that's what I gotta focus on. Who manufactured the barrel?
Who put the crab? And
who put the motherfuckers in there?
Well, see,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, here's the thing, right? And black people were on code too, right? Remember, we had our people don't realize, like, and you know this too. And we all know this if we grew up in a neighborhood like that, or in a hard neighborhood, that you saw there's a difference, right? And I can understand from your generation's standpoint that there's no code no more. When I grew up, there was a code, right? The no snitching thing, there was a code, but the code also, you was incentivized not to snitch. And when I mean you was incentivized, not that you was going to get messed up, that was going to happen, but you was also taken care of, and your family was taken care of if you was in that lifestyle once you went to jail. There's plenty of dudes that's sitting in jail doing bids for other dudes off the strength of it was staying on code, because that person need to stay out there because they were more valuable. But they were taken care of when they went to jail, and their family was taken care of. But because of the OGs and those people were taken out of circulation, or they got too lazy and too derelict in their responsibilities, right? Because look, let's just be honest and let's keep it above, right? Without the shadow realm actually, the shadow world, or the dark side of things, or, you know what I'm saying, the dark side of things actually keeps the light side in check. When the light side doesn't have that check, they become the dark side. Let's just keep it a buck and 100, right? The gangsters actually help secure the community. You ain't running up in an Italian neighborhood just willy-nilly, right? You know, especially if they got the mob there. You ain't running. Nobody, if you don't belong here, you ain't going nowhere. It was actually peace in the neighborhood. Like it was actually peace in those neighborhoods with those gangsters. Harlem, even though there was drugs being ran, Harlem to a certain point was peaceful, where Bumpy Johnson and Frank Lucas was running things in those places, because they kept the police in check. The police was more afraid of the repercussions and the reprisals from the gangsters in their prospective neighborhoods. You know what I'm saying? When I would move on the streets and the police would come trying to mess with me when I was doing whatever I was doing, right? They were like, who you rolling with? I roll with such and such. All right, leave him alone. Right? That's when you messing with someone with pull. When my OGs and them got pulled off, the police had carte blanche to do whatever they wanted, because they didn't have a check. So we did have that code. It was broken, right? People don't want to realize you need that criminal element in your neighborhood.
And that was kind of the point behind, the initiative, is because wherever there is, racism, discrimination, you'll understand where the seats of power are, because they, spend a lot of time, money, and effort trying to make them adversarial against you. And if you're going to go to the military, like there checks and balances, right? Like what just happened with what was it? The USS Lake Champlain. Young black sailor finds a noose in his rat. Now, I know when we was in the era we was in, if you didn't get your ass whooped, you got your ass hazed to no avail. If not, you have a training accident, man overboard, mysteriously, supposedly.
Allegedly. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna tell you something, fam. I'm gonna just say something. I was in the Navy. There was more Crips, Bloods, Vice Lords, and GDs I've ever seen in my life in one place, right?
And you know what's funny about that? That's the only time I've ever seen them, working together.
Yep. They was actually back to their original mission, right? And when a white boy was stepping out of pocket and too racist and too much,
they'll band right up. They form right up.
And next thing you know, if he wasn't going to listen to that and he took it a step further, man overboard. And man overboard is somebody went over the side of the ship at nighttime. You ain't finding nobody in the middle of the ocean at nighttime going off the side of any goddamn ship, moving at 45, 50 miles an hour through the water in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Yeah. So this is the very thing that they feared, because think about it. And these are vice lords. They ain't like retired. They still vice lord and GD and Crips and Blood and still hard, setting and everything. You know what I'm saying? They recruiting like, yo, it was a whole. It was a monster. Like, but the white boys knew over time, just leave niggas alone. Like, I would walk on the ship, and as soon as I would walk on a new ship, the brother would meet me at to check me in. Or if a white dude saw me and he was checking me in, the brother would walk up. Yo, where you at? Okay, hold on. Stay right there. The white dude was like, I'm just checking them in. Hold on. Come back up there. I talk to a brother. He's like, what's your name? Yeah, all right, man. Where you from? Such and such. And he'll look me up and down. I got him. I'm checking you in. Don't worry about it. I already knew what that meant. Nah, I'm checking you in. This where you gonna sleep at. It was like jail. The white boys was on one side of where we slept at. The black dudes was on the other side, and the Asians was in the middle, and the Mexicans, the Filipinos, the Mexicans, or whatever you was, or African, you was in the middle. You was sandwiched in between us. Black people on one side, white people on the other side. And that's how we kept it. And if you saw a black dude really hanging with too many white folk, a little bit too cool, you looked at him sideways like, yo, what's up with him? Yeah, he cool. Okay. All right, I got you. You know what I'm saying? And we just knew. We kept each other in check. We rolled, and it didn't matter where you was from. You can be from Texas, you can be from New York. It's just something that you knew to do because it was strength in numbers. And when I saw that, I understood it. Now, as the military started to evolve, things changed. Things changed. You'll see black dudes hanging out with white dudes and Asians and whatever, and they all in one circle. Like, it's cool. Like, it is what it is. I saw a racist white dude when I was out over here say something racist to a black dude, and the other white dude that was with him ran up to the white dude and punched him in the mouth. Before the black dude even turned around, and the Mexican dude came out of nowhere, and the white dude and the Mexican started stomping the dude out. Right? This whole paradigm shift is shifting, but what you're seeing is America eat itself. And what black people need to do is they need to pull back, survey the land, and pick up the pieces.
So my philosophy is go full steam ahead. And while they're eating themselves, you start accumulating the position. You know. Mm-hmm. And again, that's kind of that's actually the strategy that they've been using the whole time. You know, when you look at it, black folk, they kept using the black on black violence, even exacerbating the black on black violence, right?
Yep.
And then while they were doing that, they were destabilizing the community by bringing down the property values so they could buy it right back up to gentrify it.
No. You know what? So that thing in the Capitol, right? You know what's the word for white on white violence? Domestic terrorism.
Yeah.
They don't even want to call it that. If you notice, they still don't want to call it domestic terrorism, because once they come out and call it domestic terrorism, it's a wrap. Because terrorists don't have rights. Like, if you're considered a terrorist group, they can do whatever they want to you. You don't have any rights no more. After that, Homeland Security Act. Once you are considered a terrorist, they're not trying to call that right there was a form of insurrection and terrorism right there. That was terror at the highest level. But they don't want to call it terrorism because it's white folk that's doing it. It's white folks that's doing it. That's why, do you call that American on American violence? Because to me, there's no such thing as black on black violence, because it's proximity. There's no such thing as black on black violence.
Even that phrase, because even that phrase, black on black crime or black on black violence, like robs black folk of their Americanness. Like, so it's like saying black folk aren't American. You're something else. So black on black crime. Like, hold up. Am I an American? Yeah, well, then it's American crime.
Mm-hmm.
And if American on American crime exists, that's what you need to actually examine. Why is American on American crime happening? Obviously, there's some kind of imbalance in society. Yeah.
Yep.
But you know, that's the one thing that the other thing about white dereliction is they can never take responsibility for conditions they create. And then when you look at certain Negroes, especially here on YouTube, you understand why they have that same mindset where they don't want to take responsibility for conditions they help create. And so they tell you got to be a bitter black man so I can have some pussy. Yeah, just I want you to compete with me. You hit.
But see that I guess that's the reason why I had the mindset that I had. Because me, I don't have a military background. So I came up. I spent most of my 20s either working or just in the streets, just seeing what I can see. I done lived in different cities, chopped it up with a lot of different brothers from different cities and stuff like that. And I just feel like it's a wavelength that a lot of brothers move on. Because I feel like in these days and times, there are more opportunities out here for us to improve ourselves. It's just like we're not given the tools to do that. But once somebody has, the game, it's either they keeping it away from one another, or if they're trying to give it to somebody, it's either, they're not trying to hear it because they set in their ways, or they just, like, yeah, you can do it. I'm going to just leech on to you for your success and shit, just live off of you instead of putting in any work.
Yeah.
So when you look at it from that perspective, it's like, yeah, I get it. We can only play the cards that we was dealt. You know what I'm saying? And if all we was dealt was what we got, you know what I'm saying? We got to take and make the best of it, and we got to help one another out. We can't be trying to keep game from each other. That's why I like when I was telling y'all about the older cat that, I met. Like I said, he in a ducked off neighborhood, big ass futuristic house. I'm thinking that, what I'm saying, this brother done made some moves. And he back and forth from Memphis to Dallas, but the whole time he just trying to figure out how to run game and trying to get me to be his worker. Yeah, he telling me some stuff, but he not giving me the full game. He not telling me the full game. You know what I'm saying?
What he's trying to, and I'm gonna tell you another thing is what he's trying to do is he's trying to, the way he got it, right? Because normally if he's getting it like that, he's got it because this is and this is the thing. This is how people that are not in power don't understand how people in power do things, right? So, and from that lens, when you said that, I got exactly what you were saying, but you wasn't understanding it from another power dynamic, right? You know what I'm saying? Think about it. He was by himself, right?
Yeah.
That means where's his kids?
Well, he got a wife. He got kids. It was a few months ago. I kind of forgot. But he was also supposedly a part of some type of black congregation that's coming up, the Black Enterprise.
Yeah. So
I don't know what that is, but he was telling me about how they are going around looking for black businesses that they finna get ready to try to like push to mainstream or something like that. And so apparently he was supposed to be making some moves in that. But see, my thing is when I think of like mentorship, I'm trying to bring a young brother in and I'm trying to show him the ropes in terms of like these are the steps that I took, and I'm looking at it from a conditioning standpoint. Like however you was conditioned, I'm gonna have to recondition you to think a different way. Now, during the time, I'm not gonna. I mean, because ain't nobody perfect. I'm not gonna say that maybe you were trying to do that, but I looked at it in the sense of like, okay, First, you're telling me to call you around this time. Then you want me to call you around this time. Then you want me to start waking up early in the morning, calling you at 5 a.m. Now, could that be like a test to see how bad that I really want it? Maybe, but at the same time, I don't think that it just necessarily takes all of that. You know, maybe he's from a different generation and he look at things from a different perspective. Because, I mean, hell, I have a grandfather that's like 76 years old, and he's a millionaire. His ass won't even give me $1 unless I come down there to his farmhouse and do some work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna say like this, and this is what I mean by that, right? I'm just sorry to tell you this, but yeah, that's how it works, and it doesn't matter what year it is. It doesn't matter if it's 30, 55, right?
Because my pops, my pops is he's around that age. And that generation,
you gotta, because I'm gonna say it like this, right? And here was what he was doing was this, and I'm gonna just be honest with you. This is what he was doing, right? What he actually was doing was he was conditioning you to be on the ready to answer a call no matter what time it is. Right now, I know I'm like, talking to you and being close to your generation, you don't need that, right? But there's a disconnect because he's so older than you, right? Because probably what he did was he probably ran into a young man like yourself, right? And he probably gave him something, and you get in your ways, you get slighted, so you want to stack the deck a little bit more to make it harder for the next dude, so you don't make it's some Luke Skywalker versus Darth Vader shit going on, right? Motherfuckers just hung up on that, right? I'm just being real with you, right? And when you freely give something so quickly, the older you get, the more jaded you get, right? Oh, this next motherfucker to come, oh, that nigga gonna work for this. He gonna make sure he work for this. I ain't gonna get fucked over like I did last time. I ain't gonna know this nigga. No, and listen, and to be honest with you, I'm the same way when it comes to business, because it has nothing to do with the money. It's your reputation, right? Reputation goes longer than money, way longer than money. And if you put your name behind somebody and they go out there and they fuck up, it's not on them, it's on you, because you should have vetted them faster, especially in the business world. So what he was actually trying to do, these were tests, right? Because these were tests, and these simple tests right here, and I understand where you're coming from, and that's probably why you was feeling weird about it, because you know how it is. You've seen it at the lowest level, that all that testing and shit don't get you nowhere. This nigga just trying to run game on, right? I ain't feeling that, right? And I get that. But in the business world, right, a guy doesn't become a CEO or CFO overnight. He's got to be someone's assistant, right? He's got to assist in something. He's got to be trusted with the business. But the thing is that if you're my assistant, I'm slowly handing over responsibilities to you, to the point where people get so used to seeing you that you talk in my stead. Then if you're talking in my stead, then one day I'm going to say to you, no, you handle that. What did he say? He speaks for me. And that's why I say power is transferred. People don't understand that dynamic. I had to understand that, right? I was like that, with my OGs or whatever. I'm like, man, I don't need all that. Just tell me what I need to do, and I'm getting it. Just open the door and I got it. And then when my OG actually sat down and he said, listen, I know you don't need it, but you gotta put in the groundwork. You have to be seen. He said, put it to you like this. Say you was on the block, because he was a street dude, right? And I'm talking to you directly with this one. Say you was on the block. You worked your way up from just moving stuff, right? To now you the dude that's holding, you trying to get to be the dude where it's just weight only, right? And the OG on the block have a meeting, and he tell you, yo, guess what? You see this dude that you never seen before, you never met, we don't know where he come from? Well, he the dude that you going to be reporting to. He going to be breaking your money off, right? What's going to happen is it's going to be insurrection. right? What you mean? And insurrection means everybody's productivity is gonna go down because you don't want to deal with this dude because you don't know this dude. But the other thing that you're gonna feel is slighted because nigga, I've been putting in all this work and you let this nigga come up? Why? Right? You know what I'm saying? And the OG is actually setting this dude up for failure because what? You ain't seen this dude before. Now, if you see him for a long period of time and you see him like, oh, that's old dude, that's the driver. Or that's old dude, he's always with him. I don't know. Maybe that's his nephew or something, right? Maybe I don't know. But then you see the dude move in action and you see how he's handled, but you see the relationship that he has with your OG. Then when he puts him in that position of power, then you understand why. Because he was always head above and shoulders of the rest. And a lot of times opportunities come to us, but because of our own misgivings and past experience and trauma, we actually lose opportunities. And sometimes it's best to man up and actually explain or ask questions or sit up there with them and say, why do you want me to do this? I'm not understanding what's the purpose of me calling you early in the morning like this because I got other things going on. Tell me what the purpose is. And we lose that in translation a lot of times. Especially our generation, like you're almost 30, so you still came from a generation where you don't talk back to your elders and you don't ask questions so much when the elder says something. You give them the floor when they talk. You know what I'm saying? Like,
to add on to that, I also too try to look for the value in the situation. I find a lot of value in this right here.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, y'all are older than me. Y'all done seen more than me. Y'all got different experiences. And I like to learn from different people. I feel like in the time that I was given that, I wasn't really seeing the value.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because there was these like he was a financial consultant. There was these little videos he wanted me to watch, but at the time I couldn't watch them because I was tied up in my own stuff. You see what I'm saying? But maybe I took the wrong step and approach at it. I just felt like, if I can't see the value in like that's where I come up. That's where I come with the, I got to be able to show my work.
Yeah.
Because me being able to show my work, show what I'm doing, even though I'm making moves right now, I'm not able to really show my work because anybody can get out here, get a skill, get you a job, nice paying job, and that's cool. But what are you building? You know what I'm saying? How can you show me what you building? How can you show me like the blueprint? I ain't asking for no money. You ain't gotta give me no money. I'm gonna go make my own money. Show me the blueprint on how to get there.
How can and you know what I understand what you're saying from that is, and it's an old saying, right? Men dying of thirst have no energy nor time to be digging for wells. They need to drink immediately. And what was happening was at the time you were thirsting for knowledge, but the knowledge of immediately changing your situation to a more secure and comfortable environment so you have the time to go dig that well. You know what I'm saying? And he was giving you well digging knowledge, and that wasn't the time for you to get that knowledge because you weren't in the situation to receive it.
And what's funny about that, because around that same time, because that was a month after my dad passed away. So I'm looking for a new venture. And I remember around that time I was dealing with him, then I was dealing with these other people. But they were, they were talking about like becoming an insurance agent or something like that. It was another MLM, and I don't mess with those pyramid schemes or whatever. But that's how I came up on becoming a notary, which is what I'm learning about now, which I'm finna really see about building that because, and a lot of people ain't really into it, but it's a skill.
Man, you need that. That's I'm like any type of agreements, business wise, contracts, anything of that nature. Man, you need that.
It is a skill, and it's and people are getting bread. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
because I felt like, okay, dude, I'm trying to come to you. I need a blueprint. I need to see that's what I'm saying. But if a youngster come to me, I'm gonna sit them down. I'm gonna say, look, man, all right, where you at? This is what you need to do. No, I might not just spill it all out, because yes, there is steps that you have to take. Okay, make no mistakes. You got to take the proper steps to get there, and you got to trust the process or whatever. Because all that, during that November time frame is what really pissed me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still competing in my field. Then at the same time, suffering from my dad passing.
Yeah.
Although it was natural causes, so it wasn't really. It was just an urgency thing, because it's different when you understand that now both of my parents are gone and I have no nest to fly home to. You know what I'm saying? So like, I'm really a wolf out here.
Right.
I'm trying to get this bread. You know what I'm saying?
Legally,
for all this sugar job talking and stuff like that. I have to figure out I have to increase my, how can I say this? I have to take on new paths and new lanes to increase myself out here, as far as my masculinity as a man. You see what I'm saying? So I have no time being somebody's like work boy. You see what I'm saying?
I'm like, unless he was paying, like there was a payment in
okay, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, unless it was payment happening.
I'm trying to pay you for this knowledge because I see that you're in this big ass house. How the fuck can I get in this goddamn house? How the fuck can I be in this gated community? Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But see, that's the thing. I get it that it's part of the game. You're gonna deal with fuck motherfuckers out here that may screw you over, right?
Of course.
But if you're gonna be in the game of making money and business, you gotta know how to read people. Yeah, he home. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's why he did it. Like, and to be honest with you, I'm gonna just be 100 in the buck, right? I'm gonna just be 100 in the buck with you, right? People that I mentor, or I young brothers that I mentor, they're not in the same field of business that I'm in. Purposely, I do not. I bet. And if I mentor if I help, see, there's a difference between me helping and me mentoring somebody. If I'm helping you or pointing you in the right direction and you're in the field of business I'm in, I'm with that all day. If I'm mentoring you, you most likely ain't going to be in the field of business that I'm in, due to the fact of the matter is it's just human nature. It's just human nature. It's just human nature of competition, right? And there's only so many seats at the fucking table. Right? And as long as I got kids and grandkids, I need my seat at the table. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to mentor somebody that is that's trying to go into another demographic of things that can get the same thing that I can. So I'm building a chain of allies, right? So if I'm in logistics, right? If I'm in logistics and I'm the logistics guy here, but you know what I'm saying, but you know what I mean? You got land and stuff, but you don't know what to do with it, but you want to make some money. Well, logistics always need the least land, just hypothetically. So with that being the case, if you got this land and you're just sitting there, man, look, I got this lick, and we can hit you with that lick and blah, 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 blah. Okay, you're not in the same thing that I'm doing, but you're an asset to the case. This is what you can do with that land while you're doing something else, or vice versa, or whatever. And this where mentorship really comes into play. If you actually look at mentors that are true mentors, 100% and wholeheartedly with the people that are their proteges, they're either retired out of the game, they're getting out of the game, and they're handing over the helm to someone else, or they're not even in that lane that they're in. It's just a general field of study. You know what I'm saying? If you think about it, like Kobe Bryant was retired and he was mentoring Kyrie Irving. Kobe done got accomplished, did what he did, and he done retired and went about his business. Michael Jordan mentored Kobe Bryant, but he didn't want to mentor Kobe Bryant until he was on the Wizards, right? And Mike, when he got out, he still mentored Kobe Bryant. right? If you look at the field of study, so the thing what you saw was what he had, and you wanted to get it for yourself, but it wasn't going to be. But he wasn't going to give you anything through that field of study. You was just going to be a worker, be underneath, and then basically you would have had to take him out, business wise. You know what I'm saying? Like it'd have been competition, it'd have been dog eat dog. It'd have been like some power shit. Like basically, man. It's so I get what you're saying.
And I don't have time for that. But because I guess with me, I'm not thinking on that. I'm thinking more network wise, because if I mentor you, then I'm expecting to build you up so you can be a part of my network. I can be a part of yours. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, I get it. You have competitors, right? Mm-hmm. And I mean, when you look at the business market and whatever field or lane or whatever business aspect it is, I mean, you have your competitors, but the thing about it is that we shouldn't be in competition with each other. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But see, I get it. Because of the crab in the barrel mentality, it's hard for brothers to be just randomly, I guess, trusting one another, because they don't want to get pulled down. They don't want to get pulled back down. They don't want to end up having to go back broke or starting back all the way over. You know what I'm saying? For trying to help somebody. I mean, I'm known cats, just coming up just in little situations where, I mean, hell, even with me, invest in something with a homeboy and then everything just fall apart, go to shit, you know what I'm saying? Or help him get a job and then, like, he turn around and get him fired. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, man, we don't know stories. I hear them stories all day, man. Like, I done witnessed, dude, I done looked out for niggas. And I'm over there holding a whole bag of shit multiple times, like multiple. Like I get it. Like and I would say this, and this is just me, right? Is you were in a situation you didn't know what it was, right? And if it doesn't feel right, and I remember you saying it on the other panel, your gut said eject, and you ejected out. And it worked out for you at the best thing, right? If there is a possibility of you still having contact with this person, not in the auspices of anything else, is to just get clarity and understanding of where they were coming from as a learning experience. So moving forward, when you run into this situation again, it can be straight talk, straight down the middle. What are you here for? Don't waste my time. This is what's going on. And it can just be what it is and stuff like that. And this is what I learned over the years of making a person just come out of their mouth and saying whatever they need to say. And then it leaves you up to it, because even if he was trying to help you, that whole going around in the circle, and I found this about the younger generation, y'all ain't got time for that. And actually, even if it was in your best interest, it's like you were lied to. You were tricked into something. You were subverted into something that you at least wanted to have a part of making that decision. You don't want to be tricked into learning something. You just want to learn. If I wanted this shit, nigga, I would have told you I wanted it. Give me the opportunity.
That's just my whole thing. And my thing is, I don't think, like, in general that he was a bad dude. It's just, I just feel like, I never really got to see what age he was. I just know he was old school. You know what I'm saying? He looked successful, and I mean, and it looked like he was making moves. It was just where I'm at. Yeah, bro, I'm not. Those steps that you want me to take, I'm not really trying to take that. Like, where I'm at, bro, it's like, I need a blueprint. I need to know how to execute the plan, and then because I'm focused out here. You know what I'm saying? And maybe, he couldn't really see that because, maybe just the era that he's from or something like that. Or
just
maybe he just had his own motives. But it's just like, I don't know.
just didn't work. Just didn't work. And that's what I mean. Like I'm like, the fact that you didn't know it means that the communication on both sides, not your fault, not necessarily his fault. It's just that it's just that age difference and the era that you the time that you grew up versus the time that he grew up is a stark difference. It's like night and day, right?
That's facts.
And the problem is my generation, right? We're actually the ones that are like the dust in the dawn on that. And we're so busy trying to get it, right? That we're not there in the between to translate that to the younger generation. So when that opportunity comes up or when they run into those situations, we can't help you and say, well, this is what he means. Like, we're not the old generation translator. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like with our parents. When our grandparents used to tell us stuff, our parents would repeat the sayings that our grandparents say. And then one day we wouldn't dare ask our grandma what she meant or grandpa what he meant, but we would say, Mom, what did grandma mean by this? Well, baby, what it mean was X, Y, and Z. Oh, that's what she meant. So now you understand when grandma's talking in her own language to you, big mama talking to you, you understand what it is because your mama and your daddy done filtered it and translated it to you, right? But the problem is our generation, you know what I mean? Your generation didn't have really big mama like that. You know what I'm saying? Like in a whole, right? Because if you really think about it, you know, it's some fuckery that goes on to play. But our generation, we 40 years old, still at the 25 and over clubs, where we need to be in the lounges and shit, and worrying about other shit. We trying to catch up back to our childhood because we was latchkey kids and all of that bullshit, right? So we're not here being the elders or the warriors of the village, right? Where the elders are still the warriors are still acting like the young warriors, and the young warriors are treated like little children. And the only people that can try to teach them are the elders that are still the warriors and is missing in translation. And basically, we're not using that. We're not in our rightful position as the generational gap widens, and that's the problem. Whatever outside forces, the dysfunction that happens, but that's why I think these conversations between the 80s babies or the Gen X's to your generation, and we kind of translate with that older generation that you have access to, we kind of translate that and try to work through it so you don't have to go through it. Because what you were seeing was that man was a finished product. He probably had degrees up to yin yang. He got his wife and kids in the house. He was making moves and he was doing his thing, but that's 2-3 master's degrees later and a whole bunch of fuck ups and all shits, right? Right now, you just trying to get to your very first fuck up that you can actually recover from.
you really think about it, you know, because art imitates life, right?
Yeah.
So you look at what was coming up in that, that latchkey generation. I mean, they did the movie. Remember, we reviewed the movie Lost Boys.
Yep.
Same thing, where the older brother is kind of like the dad.
Yep.
But they're still like separated by this like weird generation gap. Because remember, the Coreys were. They're millennials.
Yep. Yeah. What was the other movie? Weird Science. Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, remember that? Like his brother. He was more scared of his brother than his mom and dad. Yeah, the brother was the dad, and then and we talking about these old movies, but it's a way that we kind of make the examples of when we saying this is that it's not your fault that you didn't recognize what was going on because you didn't have we're the Rosetta Stone. for the translation of with the old generation because they got their handprints all over this world that we're in right now. And the problem is that we don't come to you guys now and listen to what you have to say, try to figure it out, and have this communication. When it's time for us to put our fingerprints on the world, y'all gonna flip the fuck out. Y'all ain't trying to listen to nothing.
Yo, right? Drake, I was on a panel. I'm sorry. I was on a panel.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, and I just thought about it because young brother was saying something, and I remember saying on Brandon's panel, my esteemed brethren, that, at some point in time, and I always point to that post-civil rights era generation, like directly, because 64 is the cutoff, right?
Yeah. 64 was the cutoff. Hold on, let me go find it again. Yeah, I think 64 was the cutoff, yeah.
And I was saying that it was that generation that kind of, thought they had arrived, and it left us unprepared. And then now you listen to these young brothers, and they're saying exactly that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's saying it. He's look at this right here. Like, he's right, because that was the, if you got time to make all that music and do all of that shit, you ain't being pressed to so much degree. You know what I'm saying? And that's how they was able to sneak into the hen house and drop that crack in there. Kablawi. They rocked you to sleep.
Or then daddy head and sprinkle some crack on him, like Dave Chappelle said.
Yeah, and like that's where all the problems started happening. Late 70s, mid 80s, and then you get the crime bill in the 90s.
And I ain't trying to like throw those shots at those brothers over there, because there was some older brothers that came up on there was like, hey man, what you mean?
No, but it's facts. I'm like, the brothers here is telling you the disconnect. Like, maybe it was something for him to learn, but that whole Kung Fu, the legend continue, Kung Fu master, grab this rock out of my hand, grab the pedal up out of my hand. And really, it doesn't matter how fast you is. It's up to the master to let you get the goddamn pebble. Like, it doesn't matter. It's like, you can be as fast as lightning. He's still gonna close his hand faster than you can reach for.
I want you to take this. What would he give him, a belt buckle?
Yeah, take this out of. Yeah, he take this and go on a damn journey.
The master, some them goy. Yeah,
some them goy. Yeah, it's like the last dragon. So we're gonna do this one more time. We're gonna do final thoughts. 3 hours later.
Closing thoughts up there for a minute.
But what's funny, man, is from my experience, the most problems I guess I done had when it comes to the older men that I've dealt with have all came in that age range of 45 to 55. You know what I'm saying? And I think that was the age range that he was in. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And I remember, even following some guys that made videos on here. I remember one guy that I used to listen to named Thinking Man's Templar. And he made a whole rant about how those guys in that age range are not our OG. He broke it down on how those guys in that age range is the reason why we have a lot of dysfunction in our community today. Well,
you look at it. He's not really lying. I mean,
he's not lying, man.
And then you look at other Negroes, right? That were literally like kept out of, what they argue about now, the sexual marketplace, right? So, locked out of the sexual marketplace, and you now you're in your 50s trying to relive your 20s and 30s because those niggas is out the way now. You see what I'm saying?
Right. Because my thing is, it's like, I'm sorry. If I'm 50, I'm not thinking about no shit like that. Like I'm trying to take some shit over. You know what I'm saying?
I'll be 50 in 10 years, and you hear my black ass talking like that, you got my permission to shoot me.
Look, man, look, real talk. But look, I'm gonna do this right here. I'm gonna hit this with this closing thought right here because we almost at the 5 hour mark.
Yeah, we've been going in, man.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
I
Nick
got
over
you.
here. Look, we like,
I'm still out here hustling, man. So that's why I ain't mind, man. And I really enjoy. I really appreciate y'all, man.
oh no problem, man. We you know what I'm saying. We try to have these, you know what I'm saying. These I'm gonna call these, you know what I'm saying. I'm gonna have to call these town hall meetings, man. Like because this is what these need to be because we need to have this without the the posturing and motherfucking poking out their chest. Where's your research? Cite your sources. Like, come on, man. We just having a conversation, bro. Like this ain't really. We can get into that, but this doesn't need to be combative. Like you know what I mean on that notion. But we've been in here like a damn church and shit. I'm about to start asking for offerings so niggas can go home. But look, check this out. Right?
And you know what's funny is, nigga, I think it was a book. I think it was a book called "Revenge of the Latchkey Kids," if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
See,
or it might have been an article by I know I passed by something scholarly about Latchkey Kids. I think it was like it had like a Revenge of the Nerds theme. It was called Revenge of the Latchkey Kids, man. A while back.
So what I'm gonna do is I appreciate all the brothers that's been here, that showed up. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate everybody in the chat. Neat to the people that's watching in the clouds. Appreciate I got some new subs. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for checking out the 1/3 show. Behold the black nobility, Ebon Noblesse. No one's going to beg you to be great. And I always leave here with a music selection from the maestro.